Welcome everyone to the Firefly YouTube channel. Reading with the Crew, episode 68, new chapter.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much there, Jack61, and a warm welcome to everyone on the panel and everyone in chat. It's great to be here. My name is Dr. Silkman, and I'm from the Foul Play team, and I'm from Adelaide, South Australia. It's a beautiful day today. But before we start the podcast, I want to wish, on behalf of everyone here on the Foul Play team, a happy Mother's Day. I know for the Americans, Mother's Day is tomorrow, but today in Australia, it's Mother's Day. And of course, some of us, unfortunately, have lost our mums, but we never forget them. And again, guys, our mothers are so important in our lives. A warm welcome to everyone, and a warm welcome and a special acknowledgement of our mothers. Thank you so much, guys. Well, look, today we're going to make a start, but before we commence our podcast, I'd like to introduce our esteemed panel who's joining us today. We may have others that join us a little bit later, but I'd like to welcome Jack61, I Don't Recall, Katie, and Neverly. Thank you so much for joining us, and a warm welcome to everyone who's joined us in chat. As Jack61 stated, today we start a brand new chapter from John Ferak's book. Unless there are any initial comments, Jack61, if we can have the very first slide, please. Okay, so as you know, Neverly and I have put together a series of podcasts from the book, The Wrecking Crew by John Ferak, and we're going to be continuing our Reading with the Crew series. And today is actually episode 14 from the series. And it is a brand new section or chapter entitled Stephen Avery Talks. And I think that's pretty obvious what we're going to be talking about today. So essentially, what we're going to be covering in this podcast are several things. First of all, we're going to look, the main crux of our podcast today is the interview that Kathleen Zellner did with Stephen Avery in late 2023. And I just checked the date in which Kathleen Zellner had done this particular interview with Stephen. And at that stage, Stephen had been in prison for a total of 6,700 sorry, let me repeat that again. 6,576 days he's been in prison. Then you got to add the additional 18 years that he did from 1985. So Stephen has spent a large proportion of his life in prison. And it's very, very fascinating, the interview that Kathleen Zellner had with Stephen Avery. So some of the highlights, and we'll be reading it out today, is Stephen gives his thoughts on the Sheboygan judge, Angela Sukowicz, and also the new Manitowoc judge, Anthony Lambrecht, who's going to be taking over his case. So it'd be very, very interesting to see what Stephen Avery's thoughts were regarding those two judges. He also gets into a discussion with Kathleen regarding Tom Sawinski, Kevin Ramlow, and Tom Baresh. Then this is where it's going to be very interesting and also very controversial. There's a lengthy discussion about Bobby Dassey, Mike Osmondson, Scott Tadych, and also Brendan Dassey. And as you know, Brendan Dassey is in prison as well, charged with the murder of Teresa Horbach. Finally, we're going to finish off the podcast looking at a aspect of convicting a murderer, and also Mark Hoddinott. We're going to give him a shout out as well in our podcast. As you know, Mark is a tireless worker for the innocence of people that have been incarcerated. And Mark is also in a very unique position in that he has talked to Stephen Avery over a long period of time. He often goes to Wisconsin, goes to see the Avery family, and he also talks to Stephen. So we'll be finishing off with Mark. And guys, if we have enough time, we're going to be answering your questions as well. Thank you so much, and welcome, whatever platform that you're listening on. Jack61, if we can have the next slide, please. This is just our standard copyright disclaimer, and also on our right-hand side, what the Foul Play team believes. And also the important point is that this is the intellectual property of John Ferak, and these are the thoughts and recollections of both Kathleen Zellner and also Stephen Avery. And guys, the only thing that we ask for is please be civil and respectful in your comments. Thank you very much. And if you do have a question, put a Q in front of your question, and we'll try and read it out and answer your question at the end of the podcast. Thank you. Jack61, if we can have the next slide, please. Guys, we all know what we are here for, and that is to find out the truth to what happened to Teresa Halbach, good, bad, or otherwise. And everyone here on the panel, and I'm sure everyone here in chat, feels exactly the same way. Now, because of the material that we're going to be covering today, I want to bring out this warning, this proviso, all right? I'm going to read it because it is important. The content that we cover in the podcast may contain material that some may find triggering, offensive, or disturbing in nature. Our intention as a group is not to disrespect our viewers nor any individuals and their respective families mentioned in our podcast. We do it with the greatest sensitivity. So because of the material that we'll be covering today, please, viewer discretion is strongly advised. Thank you. So Jack61, if we can have our next slide. I realized going through chat and also comments that there are a lot of new people who have come to Foul Play who have also inquired about Foul Play and may not know about our group. We're about 4 years young. We have slightly under 3,000 subscribers, loyal subscribers. And guys, all of us here on the Foul Play team want to give a big thank you and shout out to all of our members, as you can see down below in the list. And we have accumulated well over 3,000 uploads to our YouTube channel, all free, no paywall, go your hardest. We cover all aspects of this case as well as other cases. And not only do we do in-depth podcasts, Jack61 has an excellent series with the open mic. He's done hundreds of excellent episodes where we look at different aspects of the case, the phone calls, etc., and they have been very, very riveting, and also the depositions. All of these are very, very important. They're all uploaded, free for you to peruse at any time. And guys, I'd just like to let you know, we have a very extensive website where we have, I would say, probably several thousand documents, Jack61. Would that be about right? We have a huge library of material.
Oh yeah, there's thousands of documents in the library, thousands.
Yep. And guys, it doesn't matter what side of the fence you sit on, whether you're a guilter, whether you're a truther, whether you're sitting on the fence. These documents are available for everyone, right? They're there for research purposes. Go your hardest. There's no paywall. That this has come about through the hard work of a lot of people who have done FOIA requests. And this is an accumulation of a lot of very fundamental research material. And our website has become very, very popular with people visiting and getting documents, which is awesome. We also have a Twitter presence. We have a very strong Discord channel where many discussions take place. We're present on Facebook. So again, guys, thank you so much. If you enjoy our work, please consider subscribing, share our podcast, share our material. And also, if you like our work that we do, put your DNA on the thumbs up button. That will help so much. And as you can see, guys, in the bottom right-hand corner, our YouTube channel alone has accumulated well over 1.2 million views.
I hadn't looked at it in a while, Doc, and when I saw that, when you sent me the slides, because I hadn't looked at it in months, I was like, "Whoa, that's crazy."
And
Crazy.
that's staggering when you think that we're only a very small channel. We have under 3,000 subscribers, but I believe that the quality of our work and our research is fantastic. And the mere factor that we have this many views on our channel over a 4-year period, I think that's awesome. Neverly, did you have a comment?
Yes, I wanted to mention Zoe.
Yes.
Zoe is one of our founders. She works so hard in the background. You rarely see her on the podcast due to the time difference. She's in Europe and it's very late, and her schedule, whatever, does not allow it for her to be live on our podcast. But she does work very, very hard. She practically did the website, does everything. She cleans things out, and I just wanted to give a shout out to Zoe.
I want to add one more shout out to that to tack on. Just as a little caveat for those out there that don't know, you can't just upload an audio file to YouTube. It must be a video file. So every phone call that we've got has to be turned into a video, has to be converted. Just think about this one aspect, and she did it, virtually all of them. I did some. I did the Brown County ones, but that was much later. Every phone call, Stephen Avery jail phone call, she converted and made it to a video and uploaded it. There's like 1,400 of them, something like that. I don't know. Every one of them she did. Crazy. I said, "Are you a madman? Are you crazy?" So that just gives you. I mean, it just takes time, somebody to do that, and she did. She's wonderful.
Yes, we're very, very fortunate, and that's why I'm so happy that we are a team and we do a team effort. Everyone contributes, and even though you may not see someone do a presentation, they work in the background. And when you think about it, none of this will be possible without the hard work of a lot of people who have expertise in various areas. And we all come together when we can to do our podcast and to bring you this information. So we're very, very blessed. And I'm very, very blessed to be part of this team. I've never met anyone physically because I'm in Australia. Most of the people here are overseas and around the world. But I'm truly blessed to get together with everyone on the panel and also people in chat from all over the world. So if you're in chat, just put down a little comment where you're actually from. That'll be awesome. Again, thank you so much. And we thank Zoe and everybody else over the years, and not forgetting all the people that we have lost in the fight who've recently passed away. They've worked hard too for the cause, and we will never forget them. Jack 61, if we can have a look at the very first slide, please. Okay, so before I'll get Neverly, do you see that slide? I'll just wait for Neverly to come back.
Yes, I do.
You do. So before I get you to start reading, essentially, this is a transcript of the conversation that Stephen Avery had with Kathleen Zellner. Of course, because Stephen was in prison, Kathleen Zellner had to phone him. So these are the snippets of the conversation that Kathleen Zellner had with Stephen Avery. Neverly, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Epilogue. Stephen Avery talks. On November 10, 2003, Stephen Avery spoke with Zellner for half an hour during a tape-recorded phone call made from Avery's medium-security prison in Fox Lake, Wisconsin. The call's purpose was to provide readers of Wrecking Crew with an update of Avery's plight, his prospects for a new murder trial, and his reflections on his sister Barb Tadych's son, Bobby Dassey, as the alternative suspect in the 2005 death of Teresa Halbach.
Okay, so I think it's pretty obvious that some of the topics that we're going to discuss, right, guys, are going to be pretty heavy going. So Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide, please. We'll just wait for that to come up. Now, as you know, and I'll just quickly summarize this, we've got new people. I wasn't aware that we have new people coming to this case all the time, and some may not be aware of some of the finer details. The gentleman on the right-hand side, that's Bobby Dassey, and he was a key star witness for the state in the Stephen Avery trial. And Bobby Dassey has been named as a third-party Denny suspect by Kathleen Zellner, and not only for the murder of Teresa Halbach, but also for setting Stephen up, planting the forensic evidence against him. Bobby Dassey, as you know, is the older brother of Brendan Dassey. And Brendan Dassey, you can see here on the left-hand side, he's also the nephew of Stephen Avery. So this is family. This is family. Uncle and his two nephews. And both Stephen and Brendan Dassey have been sentenced to prison for life for the murder of Teresa Halbach. So this is a very, very delicate situation here. Guys, do we have any comments so far? All right. So if we could have a look at the next slide, please. So what we did as a foul play team, we did 13 episodes on New Witnesses Emerge. If you haven't seen those podcasts, I highly recommend that you do, because what we've done is we've gone into a lot of depth, not just read the chapter, but we've actually gone above and beyond the material that was covered in this chapter. We've covered a lot of very, very interesting points, and we've made a lot of new discoveries that certainly I didn't know about. So check out those podcasts. And again, guys, I want to thank everyone, and no matter what platform you're listening on, all of those podcasts have received well over 1,000 views, and we've received many, many comments. In some of the episodes, well over 100 comments, and I'll try and answer your questions as best that I can. But that chapter was called New Witnesses Emerge. If you want to have current, up-to-date information about what's happening with Stephen Avery and the filings by Kathleen Zellner, please check out these podcasts. They're going to bring you right up to date. All right, Jack 61, if we have the next slide, please. And also a couple of weeks ago, the foul play team read out the response written by Joshua Call and also by Lisa Kumpfer. And that was a really well-received podcast where we deep dived into some of the craziness of, right, guys, some of the crazy responses.
Insane.
Yep, Jack 61, you got a couple of comments?
You just don't really even know where to begin, after, we read this thing. It really was crazy, the way it was put together.
Yeah, it certainly was. And again, guys, if you ever listen to that podcast, please have a listen, because it'll bring you right up to date. And in that particular podcast, we looked at the key witnesses, Tom Baresh and also Tom Swinski, a little bit of Ramlo, and we talked about the implications of those two witnesses. All right, so Jack 61, if we can have the next slide, please. So now we're going to dive back into the chapter. Neverly, would you like to continue reading?
Sure.
Yeah.
John Ferak is updating his book, and it's going to come out in a couple of weeks, Zellner told Avery. And so I'm going to ask you a series of questions, okay? Zellner began by asking Avery for his reaction to the recent assignment of a new judge to handle his post-conviction appeals. Quote, "Well, it was about time. Get rid of her," Avery said, referring to Sheboygan Judge Angela Sutkevich. "Well, because I wrote to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. I wrote to her boss to kind of get rid of her."
All right. Now, if we can have a look at the next slide, I actually found the letter that Stephen Avery wrote to the Sheboygan judge. I'm not sure whether many people have seen this, and this caused a real big storm. This was sent by Stephen himself. I believe he wrote the letter. I'm not sure who advised him, but he wrote the letter on May the 24th, 2023. I'm not going to read the letter, just to read to you the very first part in yellow. Katie, do you see that part in yellow? Can you see it?
Yes.
Would you like to read just that part in yellow? Look at the way the letter starts off that Stephen wrote. Let's go for it.
This letter is sent on behalf of Stephen Avery, a twice wrongfully incarcerated Wisconsin man who has had his life stolen from him.
Okay. So he wasn't pulling any punches.
Well, that's making a statement right there.
Right there. Right there. So basically the gist of the letter was, hey, judge, let's get a response going. You know, you're taking your time. But of course, this was not a very professional thing for Stephen to do. I could understand his frustration. I don't believe this letter was sanctioned by Kathleen Zellner at all. Do we have any comments, guys?
Well, I would imagine Kathleen was probably pretty upset about it, about all these, extraneous things that Stephen does that, I mean, she can't always control him, and he won't always listen to her, advice, not just stop. So
Yep.
I'm sure it was pretty irritating.
Yeah, it was.
But I think that it felt really good for Stephen to say his piece, so to speak.
I agree. But you know how things are, right, from a legal standpoint, and how Wisconsin reacts to things like this. You get one thing wrong, if you upset people, if you upset the judges, upset the establishment, you're in big, big trouble. Well, if we have a look at the next slide, I think Kathleen Zellner must have spoken to Stephen, because I know you can't blow it up, but this was sent to the courts on June the 1st, 2023. I found it online. And basically, Stephen Avery apologized to the judge. And I'll just quickly read the 3 points down below. He goes, I acknowledge the submission was improper and inappropriate. I did not consult with my lawyers on this matter at any time before sending it, and I apologize unreservedly for any disrespect this may have shown to the court. So a little while after he sent the first letter, he apologized, right? Because I understand what Neville said, I understand his frustration, but there is a certain protocol and etiquette in which things must be done, or they're just completely thrown out. Guys, do we have any comments?
Yeah, I would agree. And I'm sure Kathleen probably had a heart-to-heart with him, said, look, you need to apologize to the court. You're frustrated, but you can't do this kind of stuff.
Yep.
And here are your 3 points that you need to tell them.
Absolutely.
100% correct. So he apologized, and now we're back in the chapter. Can we have a look at the next slide, please? And Neville, are you happy to continue reading?
Sure.
Yep, let's go for it.
Actually, the way this happened, Zellner explained to Avery, she made a motion to the court to be removed from the case. So they didn't remove her. She removed herself. I don't know if you were aware of that. It didn't have anything to do what we tried to do, because we filed formal motions a couple of years ago, but there wasn't any legal way to have her removed. I mean, people complain about judges all the time, but what she did was she removed herself. So she's off the case. What do you think about having a new judge? Well, a lot better, Avery answered. Terrific, better than her. I don't think she should be on the bench. If she can't follow the law, then she don't need to be on there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, hey, at least he's authentic.
Yeah.
Zellner's next question pertained to the new elected judge from Manitowoc, Anthony Lambrecht, who was just assigned to handle Avery's post-conviction appeals. Well, I know he's 6 months on the bench, Avery replied. He worked for the public defender's office and some of the police department, but that's all I know.
Okay, so he's the new judge. His background is obviously different. Now, guys on the panel and in chat, do you know how long Angela Sukowicz was looking after the Avery case? How many years?
This goes back
I want to
to
say
2012, 11, somewhere around there.
A long time.
Does that count like back when she had the, or she was
Civil-
refusing to dismiss that?
With
Civil
what the Holbach family wanted. You mean that one?
Yeah, well, they
The wrong-
filed that the wrongful death civil
Yes.
case against Avery. So I would think, I'm just guessing over here, that would be right about when the trial was going on, like fresh after the murder.
Yes.
I'm
Well, yeah,
guessing.
that was in middle of February, early March 2006 when he got his money and all that
Yeah.
started. So that was about a year before trial. I don't know the particulars about timing on all that, and I can't tell you because I don't think we ever looked too deeply into that aspect. But of course, I think it was Judge Willis. I could be wrong here, or whoever the judge was says, "Look, you can't take his money. He has to be able to provide for a legal defense. You can't just come in here and take it." Something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Correct. So
And then they wanted to withdraw, and Sutkiewicz was actually the one who sat on it for a year. She didn't want to dismiss it.
okay, so Angela Sukowicz has had a long history with Stephen. That's the point I'm trying to get at, right? So
Yes.
now we've got a newly elected judge, and we'll see how that turns out, right? Okay, so can we have the next slide, please, Jack 61? Okay, Neverly, would you like to continue?
Of course. Well, do you think he's going to be more balanced? Zellner inquired. He's been on both sides. He's been a police officer and also working for the public defender. Yeah, it's probably a little bit better because then he's coming into a new set of eyes, Avery said before pausing and finally blurting out, maybe, as he began laughing. I feel the same way, Zellner told him. I feel optimistic about it. I think it's a good thing.
All right. Now, before we continue, I want a simple yes or no from the panel. And also, I'd like to hear your comments, what you guys think in chat. Do you think the appointment of Anthony Lambrecht is going to make any difference or potentially have a new outcome to what Kathleen Zellner has been filing? A yes or a no? Jack 61, do you think there may be a difference?
I think it's possible. I just don't know enough about this guy's background yet to make a solid yes or no. I think there's the potential, though, given the guy's background in his other professions. So we'll see. Because, I say that because, we went down this path for years with Sukowicz, and she wasn't going to do a damn thing.
No.
She's made that clear. She's not going to do anything.
Yep. Interesting. Thank you, Jack 61. I don't recall. What about yourself? Any difference?
I'm very hopeful. It's hard to be, certain because we've been disappointed so many times, but I'm hopeful.
Okay, interesting. Neverly, do you think there's going to make any difference with the new judge?
Ooh, I do not know. Of course, I'm very hopeful. This is a political case in addition of being a criminal case. So I don't know. It could be just like everybody else that was involved in this case from the beginning. It could be a political suicide for him if he wanted to look
Yes.
at this with a fresh set of eyes, as Stephen would say, and we would all agree with that. So I am keeping my fingers crossed. Maybe, hey, there's decent people in this world. We don't know. Everything is
True.
possible. But,
True.
how
Okay.
about yourself?
Me personally, I think it is going to make a difference. I think Anthony is going to allow an evidentiary hearing. I honestly do. The reason why I believe that's the case is because he wants this to end. This has got to end one way or another.
Finality.
Yep, finality. Otherwise, Kathleen Zellner will keep on putting on new filings, potentially always consulting with other forensic experts and trying to find new information and continuously putting more filings to the courts. And while that's the case, it puts the Avery and Dassey cases up front and center all the time. And it continuously places a lot of heat on Wisconsin, right? And it's very interesting, right, Jack 61, how we've had the sudden re-emergence of Mr. Kratz.
Oh boy. X has been on fire. It's really ramped up here. It ramped up last time, we talked, but man, it's crazy now. It's just crazy.
Yep, it's very, very interesting, right? There's about 10 or 15 different conversations all happening at once.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a lot of heat, a lot of passion, a lot of vitriol on X at the moment. So it's really, really taken off. For me personally, I think Anthony is going to say yes. Put it out in the open, put all the cards on the table and take it from there. It's got to end. This can't keep on going. It's not looking good for the state of Wisconsin. Katie, what about your thoughts?
Yeah, I really hope that he will grant an evidentiary hearing, and instead of just being the, deciding those things like Angie did. I guess I just worry about if they have anything on him. It seems like in all these corrupt states, counties, that the DA or whoever has a file on people that they use to make them do what they want them to do. I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, that's always the risk that you take. But hopefully, with a new, fresh set of eyes, this can be finally resolved one way or another, right? I think it's gone on for so long now. Fingers crossed. It'd be interesting to see what people in chat think, whether it's going to make any difference. So Jack 61, if
kind of 50-50, Dr. Silkman. There are good points for both sides.
Okay.
And James Crane said, believe me, this new judge knows all about this case.
Yeah.
And Scooby said, no, she doesn't think it will make any difference. They just follow the orders of their handlers. And then Chris Worthen, which I'm not familiar with Chris, welcome Chris, said he should be able to see the facts of the case. The previous judge wasn't willing to even listen to arguments, which is so true.
Oh, correct. And it's very interesting. I watched some of the episodes of MAM 2 again, just to refresh my memory. And one of the common complaints that Kathleen Zellner kept on making was that Judge Angela Sukowicz ignored about half to 3/4 of what she put in. Right, guys? Some of the points that Kathleen Zellner had addressed, Judge Angela Sukowicz just simply bypassed it.
Well, yeah, the technicality, the procedurally barred, that's the easy way out instead of addressing it. And she could have accepted it and not. That was her discretion. She didn't have to procedurally bar it. She didn't have to, but she did.
Correct.
I mean, Kathleen shouldn't have ended Avery's pro se. She should have done it the right way. I agree. Just don't give them an excuse or a way. But she did. But again, yeah.
Correct. Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next couple of slides. I've got to step away for a couple of minutes and I'll be back. The next couple of slides is really talking about the new judge But also there's a section that I saw in a journal article, a media article, talking about Kathleen Zellner. The way she picked up the mistakes in the filing by Angela Sikowitz. So, guys, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Is that all right?
Sure.
You
Oh,
guys
yeah.
like to continue? Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be back soon. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Also, ladies first. Go ahead and comments before I move this slide off. Neverly or Katie or Cherie?
Well,
I just don't know
there's
anything about this. I don't know anything about this new guy, so I can't really comment too much about him. But go ahead, Neverly.
I know. There's this slide 3D. I can read it out if you want me to.
Sure. Let's see here. Where we at? 3D, you said?
I'm sorry. It's
2D?
18. Number 18.
Slide 18?
Slide 18, yeah.
Okay.
That one. Yeah. That slide is in regards to what Zellner exposed Angela, her errors in the case, right? And Zellner said, which was actually on the previous slide, it said Angela Sutkiewicz mysteriously removed herself from Stephen Avery's case weeks after issuing a mistake-riddled ruling to prevent a new trial, right? And then she itemized certain things, and I can read that. Number one, Judge Sutkiewicz used Brendan Dassey's confession against Stephen Avery, even though the confession was inadmissible in Avery's trial, and Avery's trial judge, Patrick Willis of Manitowoc, said it was unreliable and was contradicted by the evidence. Honestly, I was shocked when we read that and when she uttered Brendan's name in relation to Stephen and his trial and what he's trying to do. Because there were two separate trials, and basically Brendan was not even mentioned, or his confession, right?
No. Yeah, and he was mentioned as I can't remember the exact wording of how he was mentioned, but I mean everybody knew who they were talking about, but they didn't name him at all because they had to. Well, they really kind of had to do that because they couldn't introduce something someone said without the defendant Stephen Avery being able to confront his accuser. That's one of our basic constitutional rights. Your right to confront your accuser, right? So they had to be really, really careful about that, and they knew that before trial started. So that's why they took all of it out. I had to.
And then it was really puzzling. Remember, in his closing statements, Mr. Kratz said that only one and one only person was there and responsible for Teresa's death, which was Stephen Avery, right?
Right.
So why did she choose to do this and then erroneously also mention forensic evidence and tying Brendan to forensic evidence, which is ridiculous? Even Cherie Culhane admitted on the stand that there was no forensic evidence tied to Brendan Dassey whatsoever.
Right. There was nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, you got mouth breather Wiegert, Sheriff Wiegert. They had 5 days to clean up, but they presented nothing to show that there was this 5-day cleanup. And if there was a 5-day cleanup, they really did miss a lot and just left it there and went to Cribas. I mean, come on. It's just, It's such an obnoxious statement that he made in Brendan's trial.
Yes. And then the whole carpet issue, that he removed, that he cleaned up the trailer with Bissell, was it Bissell or Mr. Clean, whatever, the
Bissell
carpet cleaner?
Yeah.
Well, that's just impossible to do. It's impossible to do because blood or any liquid would seep through the carpet, and that's why they were taking the cutouts. Even linoleum. When you have linoleum in the kitchen or in the bathroom or wherever, and if there is any liquid, it seeps through the seals.
Well, it can if there's a joint, or if the linoleum's been poked or whatever, it can certainly seep through.
Yeah. So why she used Brendan Dassey's confession? We don't know. Number 2, Judge Sutkiewicz thought forensic evidence connected Brendan Dassey to the crime. Here we go. It did not exactly. Hi, Dr. Silkman, are you back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We proceeded a little bit without you. We're on slide 18, reading out the errors that Kathleen Zellner picked up in Angela's response.
Oh, she absolutely tore her a new backside place. The only thing, we can come back to this, we didn't really look at Kathleen's, this photo with the stuff on the wall and so forth. We didn't really talk about that much because nearly wanted to start going through this list. But yeah, this is where we are. She had just finished number 2 there.
No, awesome. So really, how the judge Angela Sutkiewicz took herself off the case. I think it, in part, is because Zellner pointed out all the fundamental errors that she made in her reply, in her response.
I got to be honest with you, Doc. I would almost have to believe. Of course, the chief judge is going to get a copy of this right away.
Yes,
I would have to believe that once they read it, they were probably jaw dropped and like, okay, what is wrong with you?
Yep.
I mean, I'm not saying that person necessarily knows the case intimately, but I would imagine they know enough.
Yeah.
I just have to believe that. And poor KZ did tear her a new ass, man.
Yeah, because remember the response by Call and Kumpfer, who said, "Oh yeah, some mistakes were made, but they were trivial. But these mistakes here, they're not trivial. They're actually serious, because if you're a judge and you're making very important decisions, you want to make sure that you get the facts of the case correct, right, guys?
Oh, absolutely.
You can't keep on making fundamental mistakes. So, Neverly, what number are you up to?
We just read out number 1 and 2. So
okay, let's go for it.
We're number 3.
Okay, awesome.
Judge Sutkiewicz believed Halbach's bones were in Avery's burn barrel. They were in Bobby Dassey's burn barrel. Like, that's a big error right there.
Well, it's huge. It's huge, right?
It's a massive mistake. It's a fundamental case error.
Well, the thing is this, right? Who's Kathleen Zellner naming as a third-party Denny? Bobby Dassey.
Bobby Dassey.
Right? And who is the state star witness?
Bobby Dassey.
Right? And here you've got examples of cut, burnt human cremains that were present in the Dassey burn barrel. I think it was Yonder burn barrel number 2, as far as I'm aware. I know there's controversy, and I believe that who is a Duke is going to do hopefully a presentation on these cremains, right?
Yeah. He said he's putting the final touches on it, so this should be really, really interesting. Well, I mean, to us, I would imagine the state advocates that are continuing to claw along the case, they're not going to like it.
No. So to make an error like this is huge, because it means, hey, wait a minute, what are cut, burnt human cremains doing out of Stephen Avery's burn pit, right? And the argument that Ken Kratz presented in trial was, well, Stephen was not able to crush these bones We're talking about bones which are a couple of inches at most. The argument was, well, Stephen decided to pick up these bones, walk all the way down to his sister's burn barrel, and dump them in his sister's burn barrel.
But leave everything else there.
But leave the other bones behind,
Right.
so that Sturdivant, Jost, Mignon, and Sipple and others can come along and say, oh my God, look at those cremains. Right? It doesn't make any sense. Right, guys? Okay. So that's a big error. All right.
Well, now we're 3 for 3, like huge fundamental errors. Let's see what's number 4. Judge Sutkovich believed Bobby Dassey pushed the RAV4 onto the Avery property to help Mr. Avery hide evidence, even though it actually resulted in all the evidence being discovered. Again.
Oh, it's completely crazy, right? Because remember,
it's a cringeworthy statement to me, guys. It just is.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, right, there were search teams. There were people looking for Teresa, looking for RAV4. They did a flyover on November the 4th. And you know the result of that. No one was able to see the RAV4 on the property. After the RAV4 was discovered by Pam and Nicole Sturm on November the 5th, the morning of November the 5th, that's where all the dominoes fell. So how can the judge possibly say, well, maybe Bobby pushed the RAV4 to help both Stephen and Brendan Dassey to hide the forensic evidence? Guys, it doesn't make any sense.
It's completely backwards. Yeah, it's completely backwards, because if you're trying to help him to hide evidence, why would you bring her car back onto the property? I just don't get it.
Correct.
And not to finish her thought of process, actually, to say, and if that is the case, if he was helping Uncle Stevie, then we should look into him. But there was no discussion of that. It was just thrown out of the left field that he was helping Stephen. I mean, this really is some creative thinking or lack of.
Correct. Now, at the end of the day, if Bobby Dassey was really trying to help his uncle out and Brendan Dassey, don't you think he would have put gasoline in a road flare and torched the vehicle wherever it was?
Yeah, from where it was sitting at originally, whatever. Yeah, they would have burned it to the ground.
Yeah, that's called helping your uncle and your brother, not bringing the car back on the property. Now, the argument that a lot of guilters and state advocates, et cetera, put forward was, well, Stephen was going to crush the vehicle, right? But remember, in one of our podcasts, we talked about the fact that crushing the vehicle is only the start of Stephen's problems, not the end of Stephen's problem, because now you've got a crushed vehicle that you've got to get rid of. How are you going to get rid of that vehicle?
You can't. You absolutely cannot get rid of it unless you pull it out of there, unpancake it or whatever.
Yep.
And then you're gonna have to load it on the flatbed and draw it off somewhere and bury it.
Yep. Now, don't forget, if Earl and Chuck have got no idea about the RAV4, the murder of Teresa Hobart, and they haul off the crushed vehicles off to a wrecker, they sell them, right? Remember, the investigators already phoned ahead the place, the scrap metal yards. Have the Averys or Dassey's been, the Avery family, have they been delivering any crushed vehicles? So therefore,
a couple of places, wasn't it, Doc, that they canvassed?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure.
They did. There were 2 of them. So therefore, they already knew in advance that if any crushed vehicles had arrived, please give us a call. Let me check them. And remember, even though you crush a car, right, Jack 61, you've got all the numbers. You've got all the part numbers, the VIN, everything on that vehicle. It won't take long.
Yeah, I think the VIN is in 5 or 6 places by that model year. they've gotten it even better now, but there's stickers and labels and all that shit on a vehicle in that era.
Correct. But now you see, because you've crushed the vehicle, in order to move the vehicle, you need an end loader, right? So therefore, are you trying to tell me that Stephen Avery was somehow going to remove the crushed vehicle from the property without either of his brothers or father knowing, and no company that takes the crushed vehicles know? And plus Norbs, they even said that Norbs comes along and gets the crushed vehicles, so they'll take an inventory of all the vehicles that are removed.
Well, they have to.
That's correct. Stephen is stuck.
Because those titles have to be called in for whatever process is. They have to be called into the Department of Transportation and saying, hey, this vehicle's been destroyed. It's going to get melted down. Here's the title, blah, 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 all that shit.
Yep, correct. All right.
Okay, but even if none of that happened, let's say that they were all Avery's, Chuck and Earl and Stephen were conspiring together to destroy Rav by crushing it. The dogs would have hit on it.
Potentially, if were brought onto the property, yes, correct. In actual fact, they used the cadaver dog, Brutus and other cadaver dogs, to search the entire yard, right? And even though the vehicles they were crushed, the fire brigade opened them all up using the jaws of life. So there's no way that even if Stephen had crushed the RAV4, that was only the start of his problems, right? Sooner or later, he would have been found out.
And if the jury heard that Bobby Dassey, Stephen's other nephew, and Brendan Dassey's brother was pushing the RAV with somebody else back onto the property, don't you think that the jury would go like, wait a second, didn't you just tell us that she never left? Of course it would. Yeah. And that's what matters.
Oh, 100%. It would have impeached him.
Yeah.
So, hence, potentially, the jury could have seen Bobby Dassey as a co-conspirator. Right, guys?
And they would flush Bobby Dassey's story that he memorized, given by Kratz. Speculation, of course, allegedly. They would flush it down the toilet because he wouldn't be credible anymore.
Oh, correct. That's 100% correct. So I can't believe the judge had actually said that Bobby pushed the vehicle in order to help his uncle. Okay.
And I cannot believe also that she had the gall to put something like that. If Stephen has like a wishy-washy, mediocre, non-achiever of a lawyer, this is Zellner. She combs through everything. She will find spelling errors, let alone factual errors. So I don't understand that part. Is it ignorance? Is it ego? Is it directive? Is it stupidity? Is it personal vendetta? What is it?
To me, honestly, and I'll get everyone to say their opinions. To me, it's basically trying to trivialize what Bobby did. Now, hold on. When I said Bobby did, this is according to Sawinski and Baresh. And this is the direct observation of Tom Sawinski about pushing the RAV. So the court has to accept it as truth, right? Because an affidavit was done, it was signed, right, Cherie? You were saying that an affidavit is regarded as truth, correct?
Right.
Correct, I don't recall?
Yes.
Yeah. So remember, in the response that the judge wrote, the judge said, even if true, then potentially Bobby could have been pushing the RAV to help his uncle. So what they're trying to do, what the state is trying to do, is diminish the role of Bobby Dassey. They're trying to trivialize it because in any other court, it looks bad, right?
It looks awful.
It looks, it doesn't look right? What the hell is Bobby Dassey doing with his hands on the victim's vehicle, right?
That's right.
And the judge has come up with an excuse to say, well, maybe he was helping his uncle and his brother.
Yeah, it looks absolutely terrible because there's no way he should be around it even prior to her disappearance, but certainly not after she's been reported missing a couple of days later. He should not have that
Correct.
car in any shape or
Correct.
form. And she completely ignored that.
Yep, correct. And remember what John Diedring said to Bobby Dassey. We're going to find your DNA on that car. We're going to find your prints on that car. And
That's
what
right.
did Bobby say? No way. I didn't
Nope.
touch it. I was nowhere near it. Right? So here you have a witness, two witnesses putting Bobby Dassey in possession of Teresa's RAV4. Hence, basically, he lied. He lied to the investigators. If he's in the car or pushing the car, then he had direct contact with the victim's vehicle, right? So therefore, his credibility is going to be destroyed in court. Okay, Neverly, would you like to continue?
Yes, this paragraph that I'm going to read that goes with number 4.
Yep.
Yeah. Quote, in the circuit court's nonsensical conclusion, because these actions could be seen as an effort by Bobby to help Mr. Avery, he cannot be considered a valid third-party Danny suspect, Zellner argued in Friday's filing. The circuit court failed to explain why, if Bobby was simply lending a helping hand to his homicidal uncle, he would then become the state star witness against Mr. Avery. Boom.
You can't have both. You can't have both. You can't have the state star witness Bobby saying, well, I saw Teresa arrive. Oh, I saw Teresa walking towards Stephen's trailer. When I left to go bow hunting, I saw Teresa's vehicle still there, but I never saw Teresa. And then before Pam Sturm finds the RAV, you've got two eyewitnesses that places Bobby Dassey in possession of Teresa's vehicle. So it's a massive contradiction and a massive conflict of interest, right? So I don't understand how Judge Angela Sukowicz can actually even write that down as a valid argument. Guys, what do you think?
That's what I'm saying.
It's a massive conundrum.
Did she not take her pills? Or did she take extra? Something.
Or drink a little too much. Passed around the office and guys. I need some excuses here as to why Bobby would have his hands on this car after the fact. Come on, guys, help me out. I really don't get it at all.
Yep. Now remember, we're not saying that Bobby did anything. That's the important thing. But
no. We're just basing this off of what Solinski and Beresha said.
There were two people that did a signed affidavit mentioning Bobby Dassey specifically and a Toyota RAV4, right? So this is what their recollections are. All right. Shall we continue?
Yes. Number 5. Judge Sukowicz said, we had to demonstrate with absolute certainty that Bobby made all the porn searches. She wanted to know if we had performed psychological testing on Bobby Dassey, like we could force him to be examined. Exactly.
Yeah.
That needs to be ordered by the court.
Correct.
Because he isn't a suspect. He's just a civilian, a free citizen. You can't just say, oh, okay, you know what, Bobby, come to my office at 9 o'clock. You're going to be psychologically examined. What?
And directly asked whether you had done these porn searches.
Yeah.
Now remember what John Diedring did and the other detective. Remember, guys, they went to see and speak to Bobby in 2017.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Like
and Bobby said, and Bobby said, oh, look, I may have seen a little bit of porn, but nah, I'm not a main user of the computer. My brothers are the main users of the computer. So
deep down inside, I know I didn't do it.
So how then is Kathleen Zellner going to do a psychological assessment on Bobby Dassey and ask Bobby Dassey, did you search for child pornography and torture porn? What do you think Bobby Dassey is going to say to Kathleen Zellner? Yeah, sure I did. again, that's a nonsensical argument. Would you agree, guys?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know where she came up with that one either.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, number
Yep.
6. Judge Sukiewicz says we had to demonstrate that Bobby Dassey had the scientific expertise to plant the evidence against Mr. Avery. Just that sentence. Yeah. Wisconsin has no such requirement, and it wouldn't have taken any expertise to plant the evidence. Avery's blood could have been removed with a wet rag from Avery's sink and dripped in the vehicle. The electronic devices were burned in Dassey burn barrel and put in Avery's burn barrel. The bullet could have been from the many bullets in Avery's garage. The bullet could have been rubbed in Halbach's blood or touched her skin before she was burned. We point out that Bobby was a skilled hunter and had been stalking, hunting, burning, and dismembering game for many years while Avery was locked up for a crime he did not commit. Boom.
Correct. Katie, do you have a comment?
Sorry, I did not mean to be unmuted.
Oh, okay. No.
You were noisy.
Welcome.
You were noisy,
Well-
lady.
Welcome,
Susan.
Susan.
Probably.
Welcome, Susan.
Hi, guys.
So does anyone have any comments about that one? About the
My comment is regarding this Bobby not having scientific expertise. I didn't even know that Wisconsin or any other state could have such requirements. You know what I mean? But she's talking about all the other criminals and all the other people that have planted evidence that you have to be trained in planting evidence. What is she talking about?
correct.
That's what she's saying, basically.
Correct. Now, the argument here is that Bobby Dassey would be used to a dismemberment because he's a hunter, right? He obviously knows how to kill animals. He knows how to dress animals. And by dressing, that means dismembering. He's been around blood. He knows what blood is all about. And there's even that picture. Remember when he's holding the tag or when he got the tag, right? The whole tag is covered in blood. His garage floor, there's blood everywhere, right? So this notion that, well, because Bobby was 18, he didn't have the scientific prowess to commit this particular murder. I'm not saying he did, of course, but what type of skills do you think you need to plant blood? Can anyone plant that blood, or do you have to have a scientific degree to plant that blood? Guys, what do you think? And in chat, what do you think?
You do
Well,
not
that's
have
just-
to have any expertise to plant. You know what you need to have? A desire to,
Yeah.
a sponge, and also a burning desire to point to somebody else and get this thing off of you so you don't go to prison for the rest of your life.
Okay.
That's what it takes. It doesn't take scientific expertise. Jesus.
Yep, Susan.
It's a ridiculous argument. Just silly.
Yeah.
We all know that you don't have to have any kind of expertise to do what was done.
No.
Correct. Which is rather bizarre, right? Because Stephen and Brendan, they got low IQs, and yet somehow they had the expertise to carry out expunging all the DNA evidence and forensic evidence out of a garage. We can debunk item MFL and a trailer, and any type of forensic evidence of Teresa Halbach being inside the trailer or garage. Yet somehow Bobby Dassey, being 18, could not possibly have done this, right? Reminds me a little bit of Robert Durst and what he did to his neighbor, Morris Black, right? Neville, you want to comment on what Robert Durst did?
Well, in case you guys don't know who Robert Durst is, he's passed away since the Jinx, but he's an heir to this real estate magnate in New York, and the guy is just a kook. like really a genius, but like he has a criminal mind. Anyways, in addition to most likely killing his wife and killing his best friend, he also killed his neighbor, and then he dismembered the man who was even bigger than him. And he talked about what physical exertion your body goes through in order to dismember somebody, you know, to cut off the head, the limbs, and you're left with a trunk. And by Bobby, I would just want to go really quickly and tie this with Bobby being a hunter. He's already used to blood and guts and skin and muscles and dismembering a deer. You have to have a stomach for that. I'm a registered nurse, but guess what? I could never do that. I could never do it. You have to have the guts and the gall to stomach something like that. I'm talking about a deer, let alone a human body, human body.
Correct. And you see, Brendan Dassey faints at the sight of blood, right? And allegedly what happened to Teresa Hallbach, and she was dismembered. There's no question about that. There are saw and cut marks in her bones, in the bones, the cremains that were found, right? But there's no blood anywhere. There's no evidence of any form of dismemberment. But yet, if you go into the Bobby Dassey's garage, what do you have hanging up? A deer, a dismembered deer, head cut off, limbs cut off, and what's on the ground? A bow saw.
Yep.
Right? And what did Robert Durst do? Remember, Neville? Where did he go? He went to a store.
Gosh.
What did he buy?
But first, he used the man's saw. He killed him, and then he used his saw of the guy that he just killed to dismember him. And it wasn't good enough. It wasn't strong enough. So then he had to go to equivalent of Home Depot and buy a bigger one. Just disgusting.
A bow saw. Correct.
I have a question for you guys. Goes back to Brendan. Did they do a psychological evaluation on Brendan?
They did.
They did? Okay.
Yep.
Did they talk about blood and how he handles that, and that he cannot stomach it and so forth? Because they should have if they didn't.
I don't.
Since he quote unquote dismembered Teresa.
I don't remember. Do you, Doc?
I know that Brendan Dassey himself said that he faints at the sight of blood, and he also said that when they had to put a pet down in the family, he couldn't look. He had to turn away. And so it's quite clear that he's repulsed by violence. He's also repulsed by the sight of blood. And then when you consider what allegedly occurred to Teresa Hallbach, and Brendan Dassey literally went home, spoke to his mum, went to bed, got up, went to school, as if though nothing has happened, you think to yourself, wait a minute, this kid suffers from all this type of trauma and he doesn't like the sight of blood, and he's allegedly put another human being on a fire and watched her burn.
Excuse me, after raping repeatedly, cutting her throat, shooting her in the head, and witnessing all of that.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That doesn't cut the smell test. Jack 61, did you have a comment?
No, I was going to say basically the same thing, that this doesn't work for me.
Yep, correct. All right, guys, unless there are any questions, shall we continue?
Sure.
With the next slide. And Neville, shall we get somebody else to read, or would you like to continue reading?
I can continue for a while.
Okay, let's go for it. Thank you.
From there, the conversation steered towards Bobby Dassey. Zellner reminded Avery how her law office identified multiple witnesses, including Thomas Sawinski, the Manitowoc newspaper carrier, who saw Bobby Dassey pushing Hallbach's RAV4 along Avery Road during the middle of the night, just hours before the RAV turned up on the edge of the Avery salvage yard.
Now, what do you reckon? Let's think about this. You're Stephen, and let's, on the presumption that he's completely innocent, he's got nothing to do with the murder of Teresa Hallbach. How do you think Stephen would have reacted when Kathleen Zellner told him about Baresh and Sawinski. Jack 61. What do you reckon? What do you reckon the first thoughts in Stephen Avery's mind would have been when he heard about Baresh and Sawinski? Jack 61.
Saucer eyes, jaw drop on the floor. I would imagine there's a whole range of emotional things that probably went through his head. That's just a guess. I don't know Stephen, never talked to him, so I don't know how you would have reacted in that moment.
Okay. I don't recall. How do you think Stephen would have reacted?
I think shocked. If you're talking about, hearing that supposedly Brendan says he was involved, is that what you mean?
Bobby Dassey. Dassey. Yeah. What do you think Stephen would have thought?
I think he would have been surprised. It's his nephew. He's known him all his life. I don't know. That's my guess.
Okay, interesting. Neverly, how do you think he would have reacted?
I think he'd be mad. I think he would be really upset.
Yep.
Like a parent would be.
Okay, interesting. Katie.
Yeah, I agree with Neverly.
Okay. Susan.
Yeah, I think he would be mad, very angry. He didn't really know Bobby all his life because he was in prison for most of Bobby's life.
Correct.
But he would have been angry, but also I think he would have thought, hey, this is my ticket out.
Yep.
I am going to get out of here.
Yep.
Yeah. We listened to phone calls when Stephen was talking, whether to Jody or Barb, about Bobby actually, or the boys. And he had concerns about Bobby getting in trouble and doing this and that. And he even, I think it was Jody, and he even said, I don't want to do anything with that. But he was criticizing Barb's parenting or lack of parenting because she was away a lot. So he saw certain, and there are 4 boys in a salvage yard without too much parental supervision and guidance, or structure or whatnot. And he had concerns. And it's always easier to see it if you're standing on the side and if you're not too emotionally involved, of course, because our children are sunshines and we always dismiss, we don't want to look at it because who wants to deal with that? And you're in disbelief and shock and so forth. But Stephen actually picked it up. So I think that he would be mad. He would have been mad because he would say, I've been saying that he's on the wrong track, actually. But that's just allegedly and my, speculation.
Very interesting point. And of course, what did Stephen say right at the beginning? Hey, I wasn't the last one to see her. Bobby was. Right?
That's right.
Stephen Avery was saying this right at the start. He goes, hey, I saw her leave. I wasn't the last one that saw Teresa Hallbach. It was Bobby. Imagine the surprise and shock that Stephen would have received when Kathleen Zellner said, well, guess what? I've got 2 eyewitnesses that put Bobby Dassey in possession of Teresa's RAV4. It would have been a shock, an absolute shock. Any comments, guys?
Yeah, so well said. I think it would have been a jaw-dropping moment.
Definitely.
And got the big eyes, and then probably followed up with some anger because if he's accepting it as true. I'm not saying it is. We're just basing what we're talking about on the Sawinski and Baresh affidavit.
Yep.
Until proven otherwise.
Correct. So Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide. So
and isn't it convenient? I'm sorry, Dr. Silkman, how sometimes Stephen was the one who saw Teresa less alive, and then when it suits them, then it's Bobby, right?
Correct. And then, of course, remember the phone call that Stephen had with his sister, and his sister admitted, oh, yeah, she left. Yeah. And Stephen said, well, he never testified to that. and then later to find out about Tom Sawinski and Baresh, this would have been like a horror show, right? And so why is Tom Sawinski such an important eyewitness, right? Is because he claimed that he saw two people pushing the RAV4 up Avery Road towards the salvage yard. But worse than that, he was able to identify one of the males as being none other than Bobby Dassey, right? And he stated that when he saw the RAV4, all the lights were turned off. So they were pushing it, obviously not to make any noise or draw attention to them. And he even drew on a map exactly where he encountered Bobby and the other male, right? And then we have Baresh, who said, oh, look, I saw two people driving a RAV4. Oh, I recognize one of the males, the driver, as being Bobby Dassey, right? So this does not look good, right? And so if we have a look at the next slide, but this is where the problem lies, I believe, for the state. And that is, I'll just wait for the next slide to come up. And that is that Tom Sawinski phoned the MTSO, right? He phoned one day after the RAV4 was found at 11:28, and we've got a record of that phone call. That call was transferred to Sergeant Scott Senglob. We don't know. We don't have the contents of that call. But Tom Sawinski told his ex-girlfriend what the details of that call was, right? About seeing two guys pushing a RAV4. Now, I realize that the guilters, the state advocates are going to have a field day, same with the state, about the varying statements that Tom Sawinski has made on social media, etc., etc. But what can't be denied was his phone call. There is a record of that call. Tom Sawinski wasn't influenced by Kathleen Zellner, by making a murderer, nothing. One day after, he called the MTSO. He spoke to Sergeant Scott Seglob, right? His ex-girlfriend recognized and identified Tom Sawinski's voice. Tom Sawinski recognized his own voice on the recording. That is a fact. So the question is, what does Sergeant Scott Seglob remember of that conversation? What do you reckon his answer is going to be if he gets subpoenaed?
I don't recall.
I don't recall.
Well, you know, and you talked about this, well, it's been several podcasts ago, but it's interesting that of all these people that they went around and canvassed, they didn't talk to the newspaper carrier. They didn't approach him.
Correct.
And he called. So
yes, he did.
I don't know what that means, but it's just another case oddity for me.
Correct. So it's rather remarkable that obviously they didn't follow this up, right? You know, like a common question is, well, what do you do, Tom? Oh, I deliver the newspaper. Oh, okay. Wouldn't you want to find out whether Tom Sawinski actually was a newspaper carrier telling the truth or just fabricating? It went nowhere. So potentially out of the two witnesses, Baresh and Sawinski, Tom Sawinski is potentially the more damning one because he called in, right? He called in and we have a record of that call, but we don't know what he said to Sergeant Scott Seglob. All right.
How come that's not recorded?
It got transferred to his mobile phone. Is that correct?
Okay.
So if it gets transferred to your mobile phone, it may not be recorded.
Yeah, that's what happens. At least back then, once it gets transferred, it leaves that system. It creates a new connection. So he's gone it's gone. It just disappears.
Yep.
And there's a brand new connection made.
Yep. And all Sergeant Seglob has to say is, I don't recall, or, the call got disconnected. He never called back. Nah, I never spoke to Sawinski. That's it. Right? So there's a weakness there because it's not recorded. right?
Correct.
Yep. All right, guys, shall we continue? Yeah, on the next slide. Neverly, you want to continue, or should we get somebody else to read? What would you like to do?
I can do it.
Yeah, okay, let's go for it.
Okay. Kevin Ramlow having seen the car, Thomas Buresh having seen Bobby driving the car. What's your assessment of all of that? What effect should that have on the case? Zellner asked. Well, Avery answered, that kind of proves that he's got her car, saying that I'm right, that I got nothing to do with it. He does. It's all going back to him and the computer, that he was sick on the computer. All of that is a factor.
That is exactly what Susan predicted.
Yep.
That's exactly what Susan said. This is my ticket out. I've got nothing to do with it, right? If Bobby Dassey has got his hands on Teresa's RAV4, it can't be Stephen, right? So it's amazing that Stephen's going, oh my God, right? It would have been horrific. But see what he said. All the stuff on the computer, right? Even I'll quote, he goes, that he was sick on the computer. Guys, do we have any comments?
It just makes sense, basically.
Yeah. All right. So the computer he's talking about, if we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, when the investigators went through the property on November the 6th, they videotaped Barb Tadych's home, Barb Younder's home at the time. And there is no doubt the computer was sitting in Bobby Dassey's bedroom. This was on November the 6th. Now, as you know, there are phone calls in which Stephen Avery talks about there's a lot of shit on the computer, and if they ever find out what's on the computer, there's going to be trouble. Well, anyway, as you know, Ken Kratz was monitoring all the phone calls, and they got a search warrant and a subpoena for the computer. So the hard drive was cloned and analyzed, and Ken Kratz did a couple of very, very interesting things. When he handed over the evidence list to Strang and Buting, he referred to the computer as, does anyone remember what he actually called it?
Brendan's computer.
Yep. He called it
Brendan Dassey's computer, and nothing of evidentiary value.
Correct. So when they got the Valey CD, the analysis of the contents of the hard drive, and I quote, nothing much of evidentiary value, right? So Strang and Buting only received it a couple of weeks before the start of the trial. So they thought, whoa, help, this is Brendan's computer. They found nothing much of evidentiary value. We're not gonna devote any research or time into this. Then what does Kratz do? Kratz blamed Strang and Buting for believing him. Guys, can you believe this?
Yeah.
Well, yes, the Sakavich
Yes.
kind of did too, as I recall.
Typical Kratz move. That's a
Yep.
Kratz move.
Yeah, well, he shouldn't have believed him.
Perceptions are what they are.
Yep.
So this was brilliant. So put it this way, they gave him the DVDs. But the problem with the DVDs is that you needed a proprietary program, I think it was called Encase, to open the DVDs. Now, the state invested money and time getting an expert, Veely, to do an analysis on the computer. And it was part of a Veely CD report. The report was on the Veely CD. They never gave them the Veely CD. They never gave them the report. They gave them the raw data that they needed a computer program to analyze.
Yeah, and likely a tech to extract that information and compile it.
Yep. And it would have taken them weeks
And
in order
a minor
to do so.
point one.
Yep. Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
Kratz called them all CDs, even though they were DVDs. So
They were
that's so
DVD.
misleading. And I don't think that was a, yeah, I don't think that was a accident.
No. So because the state handed over the raw data, Angela Sakowicz said, no Brady violation. Right? So in other words, it was the fault of Strang and Buting that they never got a computer expert to do a report which the state already had done, but didn't give it to Strang and Buting. Susan, do you have any comments on that one?
Well, there's a law written about that the defense does not have to go digging for information. It's discovery. It should have been turned over. It was just total BS. I mean, she has stretched everything so much. It's insane.
Yes, Susan, correct. In the beginning of this Reading with the Crew series, John Ferak said it plain and simple in black and white. It was so brutally devastating. He said that who gets the premium? Who is the first one to get the evidence? It's the state.
The state,
right?
correct.
They get it directly from the police, right? So then they decide what they're going to use and what they're not going to use. It is the law that they have to turn over all the discovery, right? But Ferak said that doesn't happen. It's a game. People play not all of the board. We have learned this in this case, but in many, many other cases, right?
It's the same.
When there's shenanigans. That's why we have Brady law, Brady statute, right?
Correct.
Because it has been that state doesn't always over exculpatory information. Therefore, we have Brady versus whatever it was. That's why, because it's not a rare offense. So now they have the law, and now they sanctioned if they. So it happens.
Yep, correct. Katie.
It is. She's right. It is a game. I was recently in a courtroom with the prosecutor who prosecuted Daniel Holtzclaw's case on a different case in Oklahoma. He's in the AG's office now, but he basically got caught not turning over discovery, and he lied about it. And then, he really got caught. And so he does this long speech to the judge about how, it's really hard for me as a prosecutor to know what's going to be exculpatory for them. It's like the look on the judge's face. I know. He's just like, just keep on talking, Galen. Just keep on talking.
I know how to take care of that, Galen. Just turn it all over. Let the defense decide.
Right, exactly. That's what the defense said.
Right. Just turn it over. We'll make a determination if it's relevant or not.
But you have to admit, guys, they clearly read the Vili CD, the report. The state obviously knew where that computer was sitting in, right? They saw the material that was on that computer, and it was potentially damaging. Now, we're talking about the benefit of hindsight. We can say, well, the argument is we can't actually prove that it was Bobby Dassey and only Bobby Dassey looking at that material. But you see, that was never presented as an argument in front of the judge, correct?
That's right.
That argument was never presented because the material of the computer was never discussed in front of a judge and a jury. Now, you could imagine if Strang and Buting were able then to question Bobby Dassey. Well, on this date, there are all these computer searches. You're the only person in that household. how can you account for these searches? Now, you could imagine the piling on pressure that these attorneys do, because what they try and do, guys, they try and trick you up. They try and go, oh my God, they try and get you all confused. So if this is presented to Bobby back in 2007, right? Oh, look, we found this, we found this, we found this. It's going to look bad. The jury and the judge are going to put 2 and 2 together and saying, well, wait a minute, how come all this material is on your computer? And remember what Mark Wiegert did with the search warrant, and it's in the media. Remember, guys, Jack 61. What did they expect to find on Stephen's computer, Jack 61?
The exact same material that they found on Bobby's, the Dassey computer.
Dassey computer, the exact same stuff, right? So therefore, it was very ingenious by Kratz by saying nothing much of evidentiary value. And unfortunately, Strang and Buting believed it. Susan.
You know that Strang and Buting would have had everybody in that household in for affidavits.
Correct.
About that.
Absolutely.
And got to the bottom of it.
Yes, correct.
Possibly.
Yep.
As far as we know, no one was even addressed by, state officers that view this kind of thing and track it. Nothing. There was no conversations as far as we know.
Wasn't Fassbender a sex crimes?
Yes.
He was. He was
Yes.
on task force or something. Yes.
He
Task
was
force
on
or something.
force. Yep. Crimes of the internet against children.
I think Fallon was something to do with that as well, wasn't he?
Possibly.
Crimes.
Yep. Possibly.
I think so, yeah.
Yep. And there is child pornographic material on that computer. That's it. No one's been charged. No further investigation. Nothing. It just
I have a
They
question regarding all the...
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
My comments just they didn't even question it. I'm sure that things come along all the time in cases that is a kind of a sidetrack from what your goal is, but this is a pretty big deal. It's been a big deal since the internet really became mainstream, and nothing.
No, and considering what some of them Dassey and Avery's were charged with, and remember James Kennedy, what he was in prison for, and it's sort of like it all disappeared, all got swept under the carpet, which is truly shocking.
Yep. Neverly, what was your question?
Neverly.
My question was regarding that those vile searches on the Dassey computer. How come somebody didn't flag that? I mean, how else do you find all these sexual predators? There's got to be a system in place. There's porn, and then there's this. This is not a regular porn. They
didn't want to open that door. It's a simple.
But I'm just saying, like along the line, as he was searching for that, whoever it was at this point, it doesn't matter. How come it wasn't flagged? Like, hey, this user, blah blah blah, is searching for this. That's a red flag.
Yeah, the dark web, James.
The dark web, yeah.
I think that, I don't think that's where the boys were.
No, you have to have a Tor special browser to get to the dark web, but I don't think they had that. But still, it was some pretty horrific shit. And Neverly's right. It doesn't really matter who's doing it in the household. You investigate and find out what's going on. At least ask the question, even if it's a separate thing, a separate case.
Exactly.
Yeah, but remember what we went through a couple of podcasts ago about Michael Corneely being arrested for sex crime, and I think that now might open the door because he was around. He was around that time in 2005.
And they knew about him.
Yeah, they had to. They had to.
Yeah.
Yep. So unfortunately, during the trial, none of the material on the computer was discussed.
Hmm.
All right. Shall we continue, guys?
Sure.
Yep.
Does anybody else want to read? I don't want to hog it.
It's up to you, Neverly. You read as much as you want, and when you're ready, just let one of us know, and we'll.
I can read for a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Do you think he was interested in Teresa Halbach? Zellner followed up. Well, most of the time he was watching her, Avery said of his nephew Bobby Dassey. Every time she came, he would always say something. He'd say, I see your girlfriend came, which is he wanted her. He knew every time that she was going to come out. So you notice that he was very interested in Teresa Halbach, Zellner wondered. When she came, he was always there and looking out of the window, Avery pointed out. So he was watching her. Yeah, Avery answered, because I talked about it when I got her coming one day with all the vehicles and the boat and the trailer. He'd always say and comment on it.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Doc.
Oh, well, I was going to say, right, if you look at the CASO reports, the DCI reports, and the testimony in the trial, it's quite clear. Bobby Dassey gives a full description of Teresa Halbach, how she was dressed, what she did. It's quite clear that he was watching her, right? So it's now that could be totally non-nefarious, whatever, but it wasn't just a casual look. It wasn't like, hell, I got to go bow hunting. I got to get ready and go bow hunting. He saw Teresa Halbach arrive, take photos, finish the photography, and start turning towards Stephen Avery's trailer. Now, in fairness, that may have only taken a minute, right, guys?
Right.
Yes.
Even Stephen said, hey, she arrives, takes one or two pictures, writes down a serial number, I pay, and she's gone. We're talking about 1 or 2 minutes. But interestingly, and I'll get Susan's comment, Bobby was able to give a better description of Teresa Halbach than what Stephen did. As Susan.
Well, and we know that, if all this is true, we know that Bobby denied ever seeing Teresa before that day. He said he had never even seen him before.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Yeah, that's pretty impeaching.
Yep.
If that's true. And, I'd like to know if he said anything maybe to any of his brothers or mentioned her or I don't know.
Yep. Very, very interesting. And don't worry, I've got something on that as well. So if we look at the next slide, Jack 61.
Just one more comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, in all fairness, and I'm not talking from, the state advocate side. I'm just talking about it as a young man. He's 19 years old. She's 25. She's a good-looking gal. Of course, she's going to attract his attention. That's just human nature. I don't mean that in any degrading way whatsoever.
No. He's just hormonal, and that's what
At
happens.
19? Oh yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, Bobby cannot admit to that.
No.
Bobby cannot admit to that. That is the problem, right? So if we look at the next pictures, right? Let's just check the veracity of this. So these are the photographs of the vehicles that Teresa Halbach had photographed on the Avery salvage yard, right? So these are all the photographs. Now, what you notice is that some of the pictures are very close to Stephen's property or his garage. And at least one of the vehicles and another one are in the same spot that Barb Yunder's van was, right? So the question is, how Stephen says, well, every time Teresa came and took a photograph, Bobby would mention, oh, there's your girlfriend again, or, So could Bobby have actually seen Teresa Halbach arrive and take these pictures? If you ever look at the next photograph, Jack 61, this is a picture of the boat trailer have a look where the boat trailer is. The boat trailer is exactly in the same spot where almost where Barb Yunder's van was, right? So the
interestingly, this photograph here, there are others too that came off of that SD card that was in the back of the RAV4.
Yes, 100% correct. So if we look at the next picture, you can see that where the vehicles were parked and also the boat van that Teresa Halbach had photographed, if Bobby Dassey is in his room, his house, he would have seen Teresa Halbach arrive, take pictures, right? Unless the vehicle was really, really close to Stephen's house, Bobby Dassey would have had a clear view, right? So this is the conundrum that we have. Stephen is saying, yeah, Bobby used to always comment about Teresa Halbach. Yeah, Bobby Dassey was looking at Teresa Halbach. And what did Susan say? Susan said, no. Bobby denied ever knowing about Teresa Halbach and only saw her that day. Right? So
that's right.
You've got this bizarre situation whereby if you look at the vehicles, where the vehicles were, if Bobby was in the room, in the house, he would have seen Teresa Halbach take the pictures. Right? So I'm not saying that he did, but it is possible. So if we look at the next picture, this crystallizes it, right? If we'll just wait for the next slide to come up. Remember, Kitty and Eric had interviewed Bobby Dassey, and they asked him, and here's the comments that Bobby said, and I'll just read two of them. I asked Bobby if he knew that somebody was coming to photograph the van, and he stated that he knew that she was coming that day. Interesting. Now, remember what Stephen said? Stephen said that he got his nephews to help clean out the van, fix up the battery in the van. They worked on the van. Why? Because he wants to sell it for his sister. So Bobby admitted that he knew that somebody was coming to photograph the van. But look what he says later on. I quote, Bobby stated that he has never seen that girl at their house taking photos prior to that day. Do you believe Bobby? Yes or no? So
No.
Bobby's saying,
No.
I don't know who Teresa Halbach, never seen her before, only saw her on October the 31st.
No,
Susan.
I don't. Sorry, I don't believe it.
I don't either. No.
Okay. Anybody else got any comments? And what about in chat? Do you believe Bobby Dassey that he never knew about Teresa Halbach prior to October the 31st?
I don't believe that at all.
Yeah.
Remind me, were there pictures or was there a Teresa Halbach file on the computer or a photo or something?
There was a photo of Teresa and I think a folder. There was a photo of Teresa, a photo of Stephen, and then there was a folder, I think, that said RAV4 and DNA. Yeah, on the computer, on the computer.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yep. In the unallocated space. And Bobby said, no, that wasn't me. No one knows who put those folders on there.
And we also don't know when they were created, right?
Correct.
No.
Correct. No metadata. Correct. Interesting. Yeah. All right. Okay, guys, shall we continue? And Neville, you want to continue reading or shall we get another reader?
We can get another reader.
Okay. Who would like to read 7A1?
I can.
Okay, let's go for it. Cheers.
Zellner wanted to know if Avery remembered how Bobby Dassey acted once the Manitowoc Sheriff's deputy, notably Deputy Colburn, visited Avery salvage yard in the days after Halbach went missing. How did Bobby act then? Well, he was different, Avery replied. He felt nervous, and with Mike Osmondson and all of that. How did he act differently? Zellner pressed. Well, he was mostly nervous, Avery said. Then we wanted to go to Menard's and he had something to do. But then when I went down in the pit with the other ones, when Chucky seen the taillights or headlights, he wanted to come with me. Now, all the other times he didn't want to come, but he was busy. But now he made sure he wanted to come. I'll come with you. I'll come with you. Did he know that your finger was bleeding? Zellner inquired. Yep.
Okay. So let me explain this. If we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, this is where it gets very intriguing. There's you have 7A2.
Did I miss that? I may have missed one, Doc.
That's all right. That's all right.
Hold on. I can get it.
Yep.
Just a second. Yeah. Yep. Sure.
7A2. So what? Yep. So what Stephen was talking about was when he went to Menard's on November the 3rd. He went with his brother Chuck. And what Stephen was saying was before he went to Menard's, he had asked Bobby Dassey, this is according to Stephen, whether he wanted to go to Menard's. And Bobby said, nah, I've got something to do. So both Stephen and Chuck went to Menard's. Now, when they were on their way up Avery Road, Stephen had saw tail lights near his property. And he told his brother, hey, let's turn around. Let's go and check out what those tail lights were all about. When they arrived back at Stephen's property, Stephen got out. Chuck waited in the flatbed. Stephen got a torch, checked everywhere, found no evidence of any tail lights, which was very, very interesting. So on November the 4th, when Chuck went to go to Crivet's, Chuck left with Brendan Dassey. As they were up Avery Road trying to leave, Chuck saw headlights behind him near his property. And it's pretty obvious that there shouldn't have been any headlights down there. Now, remember, further down from Chuck's is the crusher. Further down from there is the pit area, the pond, where eventually the RAV4 would be found. So instead of Chuck turning around and checking out what the headlights were, he actually called his brother. Okay, here we go. He actually, thank you, Jack 61. He called his brother and he called Stephen. And guess who went down there with Stephen to check out the headlights? Bobby Dassey.
It's Bobby.
Bobby. He went on, I think, an ATV. I think they got a four-wheeler ATV. This is what Stephen said. Both Bobby and Stephen went down together to check the area, but they didn't go all the way down to the pit area. They only checked around Chucky's place. Never found any evidence of any type of property, car. But on November the 3rd, that's when he recut open his finger, right? He was moving something near his sister's property, and he recut open his finger. He bled profusely. He bled inside his Pontiac Grand Am, went to his trailer, bled on the floor, touched some frames, and also bled in the sink. And he wrapped his finger in I think, duct tape, and then went to Menard's with his brother. Susan.
Yeah, I have a question. I saw something in the chat earlier regarding this. What am I correct in saying that Blaine was with Chuck going up to Crivet's?
No. The only person
One
who
of the boys, Brian or someone?
was Brendan Dassey.
Oh,
Brendan.
Brendan rode with Chuck? Okay.
Brendan. But
Yeah, I
Brendan.
didn't think he was by himself. I
No.
thought one of the boys were with him.
no, Chuck and Brendan Dassey left together on November the 4th, Friday, November the 4th, to go to
Yeah.
Crivets.
Right,
Correct.
thank you.
Yep. Do we have any other comments? Right. So here on November the 3rd is when Stephen bled profusely. And so you've got this bizarre situation whereby Stephen sees tail lights, Chuck sees headlights. No one's got any explanation at all. Guys, do we have any comments? We're all good? Yeah? All right. So Jack 61, if we have a look at the next slide. So this is when it gets really intriguing. So we know that on November the 3rd, both Chuck and Stephen go to Menards and they bought some wood products and other things like that to bring to Crivets. And you can see here the still image, and they've got video footage of both brothers that have went to Menards. And they went themselves. Bobby Dassey, Blaine, nobody else went with them. It was only those two. On November the 9th, you can see that Stephen's hand was photographed, and he's got a scab, but you can see the gash where he's got the injury. We reopened the cut. So he was profusely bleeding, and as you can see the picture on the right-hand side on the bottom is where he bled in his sink. And Erdl used luminol, and I think they used a light, and they detected the presence of blood in the sink, I think on the countertop, and there was also blood. Remember, there was blood on the floor as well. So that complements what Stephen said, that he had bled and he had bled in his sink. And if you look on the left-hand side on the bottom, you can see that the cut mark on Stephen's finger. And it's interesting, remember guys, how the press kept on paying attention to his cut finger. So the theory is this. This is the state's theory. Stephen left his blood in Teresa's Toyota RAV4 because he had a cut on his finger and it was he was actively bleeding on October the 31st, right? So the question is this. Remember, there was one person with Stephen Avery on October the 31st, and that was Brendan Dassey. So they asked Brendan, all right, what can you tell me about your uncle and how he cut his finger? So Jack 61, are there any questions so far on this page?
Couple. Well, not really about this page. There's other stuff. Yeah, we can get to it later.
Okay. All right. So they asked the investigators, Fassbender and Wiggett, had asked Brendan, hey, how did your uncle cut his finger? Susan, do you see that slide?
Sure enough.
Can you read Bobby's responses? Brendan Dassey's responses to how his uncle cut his finger.
Well, he had a bunch of them.
Yep.
Stephen Avery had cut his finger on glass by the garage. And Stephen Avery had cut his finger with the knife while he was stabbing Teresa. Teresa had scratched Stephen on the pointer finger. Wound was to the middle finger with her fingernail. Stephen had blood on his finger. Stephen had scratched his finger while under the hood of the Toyota RAV4. Also, Stephen had got a Band-Aid for his bleeding finger. And finally, Stephen was bleeding from his finger when Brendan went over to his trailer garage for the first time.
Does anyone want to make any comments? Does that indicate that Brendan Dassey knew how Stephen cut his finger?
That means Brendan didn't know shit.
He's trying to
Know
please.
anything.
He's trying to figure out which
Yeah.
answer they want.
Which one do you want? Yeah. And let's not forget that Brendan was over at Stevens on the night of the 30th because he's in the phone call.
Yep. Yes, he was.
Yep. 100% correct. So therefore, you can see that what Brendan Dassey was doing and what he consistently did was guessing.
Yep. Made shit up.
Right? And he gave 7 different versions of how his uncle had cut his finger, right? And clearly he had no idea and was simply guessing. Brendan did the same thing on just about everything, right? And here you can see in black and white when he gave his responses, because they asked him, Brendan, how did your uncle cut his finger? He gave them 1,000,001 or 7 different versions of how his uncle had cut his finger, right? So we have no proof that Stephen had cut open his finger on October the 31st and was actively bleeding. Guys, would you agree?
Yeah, we can't know that.
Yeah, you can't nail it.
Right.
You can't nail it. All right. So shall we continue with the next slide? Who would like to read that one?
Susan can keep on going if she wants her.
Susan?
Hand it off.
Cherie was reading, but
Oh, I mean, I meant Cherie. I was thinking, and I said your name. But if she wants to hand it off.
either
Okay.
way, go for it.
Next, Avery was asked what happened when he and his brother Chuck left Avery salvage yard to drive to the Menards store in Manitowoc. At that point, the criminal investigation into Halbach's disappearance was still in its infancy. And you pulled out onto the road. What did you notice in the rear view mirror? Zellner inquired. Well, I seen taillights back behind me, Avery remembered. I said, oh, I've seen taillights, I told Chucky. Then he asked me, do you want to turn around and look? And I said, I don't know. Then we just got up the road a little bit, I think. And then I said, yeah, let's turn around. Let's go back. So then he turned the flatbed around and we went back. I looked all over and I didn't see nothing. The lawyer asked if Avery suspected a vehicle just left his trailer. Yeah, he agreed. We just left from there. I know there was nothing there. There were no cars moving. So the only one that I think was there was Bobby. And so did you notice at any point that someone tried to get into your trailer? No, not at that time. No, Avery answered. Avery recalled it was not until after he was arrested and awaiting his trial for murder that he began reviewing various crime scene evidentiary photographs from the police. One photograph in particular caught his eye because it showed the door to his red trailer with pry bar marks on it. And that's when you realized that the door had probably been pried open, Zellner wondered. Yeah, he agreed.
Right. So that's very, very interesting. So if you notice what Stephen says, he blames Bobby for the tail lights. Either Bobby had moved some type of vehicle or whatever. It's interesting that Stephen is now pointing to Bobby. Now, it depends on where he saw the tail lights, because there is another way out of the Avery salvage yard. Does anyone know where you could drive a car?
Straight over from Cuss Road.
Straight to Cuss Road via the
And I
cornfield.
don't think he's necessarily blaming Bobby, but he said Bobby was the only one there. But I mean, that vehicle could have come from Cuss Road.
Correct. Interesting.
Yeah. Or
Interesting.
even up the berm behind
Yes.
Stephen's trailer.
Yes.
He said it was behind his house.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
yeah.
What is interesting here, guys, is remember what Brendan Dassey said in his May 13th interview, how he said that, oh, no. We didn't drive the RAV4 past Chucky's place. We drove the RAV4 down the Western Berm.
Yep.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. All right. Jaxie Suwan, shall we have a look at the next slide, please? So here, this is in MAM 2. And what Kathleen Zellner did was that she went down with one of her investigators, and lo and behold, there are prize marks on the door. And you can actually see in the photograph that someone had used either a crowbar or some type of instrument to prise the door open. And Stephen even said that when he was looking at the police photographs, he also noted that someone tried to break in or into his house. Does anyone have any comments? Who was not aware of this?
I was aware of it. I'd actually had forgot, but it is interesting. You know, if he found that, you know, right after this event happened, and it had, you know, he couldn't explain it. It is interesting.
Yeah, it is. So someone tried to get in, which is very, very interesting indeed. All right, Jaxie Suwan, shall we continue? Yep, beautiful. I don't recall. Would you like to continue?
Okay.
Yep.
What about with Bobby, though? What was your observation about his relationship with Mike Osmondson? I know they were close, Avery told her. They always hung out with each other. They were like two peas in a pod. What about that conversation where they were trying to testify against you about a conversation after Teresa had disappeared? What do you remember about that? Well, they walked up to me, and I don't know where I was, by Barbara's van or something, somewhere in that area, Avery recalled. And then they just made a comment. You got her in the bedroom or in the closet or something? And then I said some comment back. And then when they tried to testify, did you think they were lying about the conversation, the date? Zellner followed up. Yeah, Avery answered. And when Bobby testified at trial, what did you think when you saw him testify? When he's got nerves, and I don't know, tried to pin everything on me, Avery responded. Was he lying? Zellner followed up. Oh yeah, he lies about everything, Avery remarked. Sometimes I let him use my Cadillac and my Blazer and take it to school, and then he lied about that because he'd do some donuts with it and squawk them tires. And then he said he never did it. And then I hear from everybody else he did. And back in the salvage yard, he'd take stereos out of cars and radios and sell it to people in the school. Was he lying to you guys about that, about taking that and about taking that stuff? Oh yeah, Avery replied. What about his computer? What did you know about that? Was he on the computer a lot? Well, pretty much, Avery said. But then Barbara tried to get somebody else in because it was, I don't know, she was having problems with it. That's when it was in Bobby's room. She had a couple of people come over and try to fix it. They tried to get shit off or something. She talked to Brad Dassey about trying to get items on it deleted, right? Yeah, I think that after the second time when she tried to do that, Avery responded. But she had computer people come and try to look at it?
Okay. Just a couple of things. Remember, guys, when Bobby Dassey talked about Mike Osmondson and the conversation about Mike Osmondson and how they got completely the date wrong because Mike Osmondson said, yeah, the only time I was on the Avery Savage Yard was November the 10th. But the problem is Stephen had been arrested on November the 9th, and Strang and Buting were not impressed and were going to go for a mistrial. Do we have any comments about that? So this was the conversation that where Stephen allegedly said, you want to help get rid of a body. Do we have any comments?
Well, I just remember, I know Susan, well, everyone that, when we did all the recording and reading the trial transcripts, this another conundrum when this Kratz introduced this testimony or this story, that this happened on November the 10th, and there's just no way, string and beating or having a cow. Well, what are you talking about? And of course, Kratz's reply was, well, I interview all these people. I interview all my witnesses.
Correct.
But it was pretty
complete hearsay.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was
talking about what somebody else said.
Pretty prejudicial, too.
Yeah, totally.
Correct.
I mean, I don't doubt that it probably happened. They're probably just joking with
Yes.
him.
I'm sure they were.
Yes.
Yeah. But Kratz tried to make it nefarious.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And they wanted a mistrial, but the judge said, no. All right. Well, Brad Dassey gave an affidavit to Kathleen Zellner on the 30th of October, 2017. And if you've been following X, Brad Dassey is quite vocal, right, Jack 61?
Oh, yeah.
And he wrote an affidavit on this very subject matter about the computer. Now, Jack 61, you can't make this bigger, can you?
I can't.
Okay. Can anyone actually see that?
I can read it. I can see it on my screen very well. Yeah,
Okay.
no one else can. I can see it.
So only start from point number 3. This is what Brad said to Kathleen Zellner regarding the computer. Yep, let's go for it, guys.
Okay, number 3. I had a conversation with Barb Dassey, Yonda, and now Bob Tadych during a car trip to visit Brendan Dassey at Sheboygan County Jail. My father, Peter Dassey, was with us. Barb stated that she had hired someone to reformat her home computer. She wanted to know if reformatting would remove what was on the computer. Number 4. Barb admitted her computer had some pornography stored on it, and she claimed that the computer had viruses on it. She had the reformatting done shortly before the authorities seized her computer. Barb commented that she did not think the person she hired knew what he was doing. Number 5. She said she did not want anyone to get what was on her computer. 6. Shortly after my conversation with Barb, I contacted the authorities because I thought Barb was trying to remove evidence relevant to the Teresa Halbach murder from her computer. Number 7. I do not know who reformatted Barb's computer. Number 8. I was interviewed by the authorities after I reported this information to them. Number 9. I was not called as a witness to testify at Stephen Avery or Brendan Dassey's criminal trials. Last one, number 10. Nothing has been promised or given to me in exchange for this affidavit.
This caused a lot of problems and a lot of friction.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone want to comment?
Well, it's this didn't necessarily come from. I mean, it's within the family, but it caused another rift, another big drama event with the Yonda family, the Avery family, all of them. Just another big blow up.
Yes. Susan, do you have a comment?
Well, it kind of makes you wonder did Barb have a heads up that they were going to come get the computer?
Because it wasn't shortly after they did this, they seized the computer.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought about that before. Go ahead, Beverly.
And who was the investigator who told Barb, do not give it to Zellner?
That was
Dithering.
Dithering.
That was dead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Deadhead.
Told Barb Tadych not to give her computer to Zellner. Stephen's attorney.
But can anyone explain why they went back and re-got the computer from Bob? Why
No.
did they go back and get it again? Does anyone know why?
No.
That's a good question. In
They-
2017, you mean?
Yep.
2017. Yep.
They had already
Yeah.
ghosted that hard drive. They did not need it.
That's right.
Maybe
Interesting.
it was based on some conversation that Stephen had on a phone call or something.
Well, I mean, even at that, they kept it for 149 days. They kept that
Well,
hard drive for 5 months.
Actually, it wasn't Stephen's team gonna go get
Yes.
the computer, and
Yes.
and the state beat him to it.
Yes,
So
that's
I
correct.
think it did come from a phone call, actually.
Yep.
Well, indirectly, I guess you could be very well right.
Yep. Interesting. And have you seen the conversations on XJack61 where some have claimed that it was none other than Stephen Avery who did the pornographic searches on the computer?
I've seen that shit. I just kept on
Please.
scrolling.
Yep.
That's so stupid. Why
Yep.
would he
Why
go
would he-
over there and do that? That's just
Why would he
dumb.
need- He could be sitting there in his underwear or not on his own computer if he wanted to do that. I mean, come on.
Yep. Correct. All right. So yeah, that affidavit caused a lot of tension in the Dassey household. That is for sure. All right, guys, shall we continue? Shall we do a few more slides, or should we try and finish the podcast today? What would you like to do, guys? 'Cause I've got,
Let's see.
Uh,
I don't. Well,
Can I just read this? This
yes.
message behind the magic says a private
Yes.
conversation with attorneys, which we know weren't private at all.
No. There are phone calls in which Stephen talks about the contents on the computer, and I think there was a talk to one of the attorneys. Was it Strang? And they picked it up about the computer contents on the computer, and that's why
Yes.
the stuff got it first.
Yeah. They were listening to all
were
the.
but they're not supposed. They weren't supposed
Attorney.
to be listening.
Of course not. That's against the law.
Well, except in certain cases, apparently.
Yes, correct. All right, let's continue, guys. Who's reading?
Shall I keep going?
Yes, if you would.
Yes, up to you. If you want to
Okay.
hand it off, you can, or keep reading.
I can. I don't know, a friend or someone she knew or something, Avery explained. Zellner asked Avery to describe what kind of relationship his co-defendant Brendan Dassey had with his brother Bobby. Well, it was kind of rough, Avery said. Brendan would do his schoolwork and Bobby would come and hit him on the side of the head and go out the door. He was a mean guy. He'd pick on him all the time. Did either Brendan or Blaine ever talk about Bobby looking at a lot of porn on the computer? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really remember, Avery said. Zellner reminded Avery that when Bobby Dassey testified at Avery's trial, he told everyone he last saw Halbach walking toward Avery's red trailer. Did she come to your trailer door that day? Zellner asked. No, Avery replied. So you knew that he was lying, right? Oh, yeah, because I don't think you can see my front door from their house, Avery noted, from Barbara's house. And he said he was watching out the window? Yeah.
Yeah, so if you have a look at this photograph here, this was a picture taken from a video still when they were doing the walkthrough. And you can see Stephen's house right in the background. But you could only see the door if you're literally outside of Barbie Under's home. So what Stephen said was correct. So if Bobby Dassey was looking out from his dining room, where he said he was, he wouldn't have been able to see Teresa go inside Stephen's trailer. And Bobby Dassey said that he saw Teresa walking towards Stephen's trailer, he never saw Teresa Halbach enter Stephen's trailer. So Stephen was correct. From the vantage point that Bobby Dassey had, he would not be able to see the extreme corner to Stephen's trailer. Correct. Do we have any comments or questions?
I think we're good to go, Doc.
We're good? Okay, let's continue, guys.
So in your mind, do you feel pretty confident that he's the one that murdered Teresa Halbach? Oh yeah, Avery answered. Might say 100%. And then other people are involved. Maybe that Mike, maybe Scott. I don't know. Scott was there that day. He was on Barbara's property talking to Bobby. What time of day was he there? Around noon, somewhere in there, Avery said. And I knew Barbara wasn't home, so I was wondering why he is out here when Barbara ain't here. And then I seen Bobby talking to him. And then, of course, Scott lied about the trial, right? He never admitted being there, Zellner reminded Avery. Do you remember the story they had? They drove by each other exactly at 3 p.m.?
Oh, boy. All right. Now, I don't think we're actually allowed to read this out. I remember when Stephen Avery...
That looks like my kind of language.
Well, then in that case, Susan, would you like to read it out? So remember when Stephen called up his sister Barb, and it started to escalate really, really badly. And then Scott intervened, and Scott Tadych was furious. Remember the passage we just read where Stephen said, I saw Scott at talking to Bobby. This is October the 31st, right? The day that Teresa arrived. And Scott went ballistic. Now, Jack 61, are we going to be taken off the air if Susan reads this passage?
No, we'll just. I just have to. It's just a. No, she can read it. It's fine.
Okay. So this is the way Scott responded to Stephen's questioning. Susan, let's go for it.
I thought he got ballistic when Stephen mentioned something about his mom, Scott hitting his mom.
That too.
Isn't that when he kind of went off?
He went off.
That's another passage.
Yep, that's another passage.
Okay. All right. Scott says, let me talk to him. I want that motherfucker to answer some fucking questions. Fuck Stephen Avery. He's a piece of shit. He has been all his fucking life. He's a cocksucking loser. The only evidence they have is against him, and he's trying to gasp for air by blaming it on somebody else. He's a fucking loser. I wasn't even on that property that fucking day, you goddamn idiot. That's how fucking intelligent you are. You want to get out and do something stupid again, you dumb fuck? I can't wait until you get out and kick your fucking ass.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah, he's pretty hot.
Did you go to church, Susan, or what?
No. Doesn't Stephen say, I'm not afraid of you?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did say it.
Yep. But there's a fundamental problem here, guys. He goes, I wasn't even on that property that fucking day.
Oh, yeah, he was.
He was on that property because he picked up Barb, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, more than once, evidently.
Yes, correct. It's very interesting that Scott denied being there, because what did Stephen just say in the previous passage? I saw Scott Tadych at Barb's house talking to Bobby.
Yep, at lunchtime.
Wait a minute. Wasn't Bobby meant to be asleep and woke up at about 2:15? Jack 61.
That's right.
Okay. Now, you might think, maybe he just forgot. But if we have a look at the next slide, you'll see that Scott Tadych is a very, very important person in multiple things. So in court, he was questioned, right, by Kratz, I believe it was in this particular passage. Susan, are you prepared to read out a Kratz's part, which is the questions?
Sure, Duff.
And Jack 61, can you read out Scott Tadych's answers?
Absolutely.
This is very, very important. Take note, guys. Let's go for it.
To tell the jury who you saw on the roadway before 3 o'clock that afternoon.
I saw Bobby Dassey on Highway 147.
Which way were you going? And which way was Bobby going, if you recall?
I was going west and he was going east.
All right. This is critical, guys. And I can't overstate it. The alibi of Bobby Dassey is Scott Tadych. Scott Tadych's alibi is Bobby Dassey. And they asked Bobby Dassey, well, how do you know what time it was? And Bobby said, because I think Scott looked at his clock. And they established the time of 3 o'clock. Now, in the trial transcript, you should have seen the look on Kratz's face when Bobby told him the time he went hunting, which is exactly the time that Stephen said, I saw Teresa leave. And remember what we did a couple of podcasts ago about John LeQuern, that if John LeQuern got the time wrong, if he didn't write down the proper time because he never noted a time, if he got the time wrong, John LeQuern saw a green mid-size SUV drive past him. Now, Stephen said, I saw Teresa leave. I saw Teresa turn left on Highway 147. If you focus on the diagram on the right-hand side, this now is very interesting because Bobby Dassey said, I turn right to go to the hunting, where I go hunting, where Scott Tadych lives, near where Scott Tadych lives. Scott Tadych said, oh, I went east, right? Well, here's the problem. If Teresa Halbach said, I turn left at that time, that means that, according to what Kathleen Zellner says, that Bobby had followed her. But say that didn't happen and Bobby turned right, went up Highway 147. It meant that Scott Tadych was very close to Teresa Halbach and traveling in the same direction, right? So now we've got this bizarre situation, and Kratz knew it, where you've got Teresa, Bobby, and Scott in the same location at the same time. And that, can you see, guys, why it was crucial that Bobby could alibi Scott and Scott could alibi Bobby?
Oh,
because
absolutely.
they were all in the same location. Jack 61, any comments?
Well, yeah, the alibi is one thing, and the second part of it is getting them off of that property, away from the Avery salvage yard.
Correct. 100% correct. Because what the state are saying is that neither Teresa nor her RAV4 left the property, right? And now you've got this very interesting situation, which we'll look by in a second, whereby you've got Sawinski and Baresh, who've now placed Bobby Dassey either driving Teresa's RAV4 or pushing it onto the salvage yard. You go back to this slide here. Oh my God, you've got Scott Tadych, Bobby Dassey, and Teresa Halbach all in the same location and at the same time. Now, I know there's been a lot of controversy regarding the phone pings. Katie, do you have any comments?
I was just curious how long Scott and Stephen had known each other.
Not for very long.
Okay.
I mean, I think they knew. I think they knew of each other, but hadn't ever really met until, like Doc said, pretty recent.
Well, correct me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong. Yeah, sorry.
he was Dassey's cousin, right?
Tom Yonder.
Yeah.
Tom Yonder's
Tom
cousin.
Yonder
That's
is his cousin.
Yeah.
Stephen
So,
was talking about Scott.
so he may have known him longer than, the time that Barb started with him.
Dating. Yeah.
Hmm.
And
Well,
there was, at one point, there was a talk about the convenience of Barb and Scott's wedding date, right? Because it was like in the middle of the beginning of the trial.
Yes.
And there was
Yeah.
speculations that they did that so they
That
could
done up
invoke
to
the
testify.
spousal privilege. Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
it was the day he testified, if I'm remembering correctly. The day that
That's
Scott
the day
Tadych
they got
testified.
married.
Yeah.
On that day. Yeah.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure it
Must be
was.
love.
Oh my word! I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, not to drag us down some, crazy rabbit hole, but I just I've thought about this. I'm sure others have too that have been around this for a long time. Is that Barb and Scott hadn't been really seeing each other that long when all this shit went down, and I got to be thinking to myself, if I was a single guy and all this stuff is going down, are you staying? Are you staying? And I'm not trying to make little of their relationship at all. That's not it at all. I'm just looking
Yeah,
at
they're
this as a
still together.
reasonable.
Yeah. You mean like a single woman with 4 boys?
Well, yeah, I mean she's
Yeah.
fixing to be
With all
divorced
of this
and
other shit going on.
exactly.
Like mega shit. Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
just like a mountain of less crap. It's like, okay,
I remember Barb saying that they did not like each other before they got together.
Her
That's
family.
Maybe
Him.
maybe while she was married to Tom or whatever.
Tom Yonda. Yeah.
So, and I'm sure Stephen had a lot to say when she ended up getting together because they snuck around,
Oh yeah.
and he just, and so he just hates Stephen.
And
as
they
I
did
recall-
talk on Christmas, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
It was, not real friendly, but friendly enough, I thought.
Yeah.
And it didn't talk about the fire, I don't think at all, or at least
No.
not a big one.
No.
Well,
No.
and as I recall, they had actually Barb and Scott had only been dating a couple of months, started seeing each other. Don't know how frequently, certainly at first, but clearly the things had ramped up.
I'm thinking like
pretty-
April or May or something like that. They got
It
together.
seemed like it would seem like that. No further back than
Yeah.
that, though.
I've seen when it was, but I don't remember exactly. But yeah, it was that year, I think.
Oh,
They started
absolutely.
dating.
Oh,
Yeah,
it absolutely was.
earlier 05. Yeah.
Yep. But guys, don't you find this rather remarkable and coincidental? If you ever look at that picture on the right-hand side, see where the RAV4 was spotted on Highway 147 at the turnaround?
Right.
Everything is in close proximity, right? And I'll show you another slide of why this becomes really important. But this is intriguing. You've got Teresa Horbach, Bobby Dassey, and Scott Tadych all in the same general location and in the same time frame, which is frightening. But according to Kratz, there's nothing to see here. Why? Because Bobby and Scott had alibied each other. Now, does anyone remember any of the phone pings? There was controversy that Bobby Dassey pinged in an area he said he wasn't at. Is that true?
Yeah, his phone pinged. I'm not going to try to relay the exact location, but it was west of where he said he was or said he went, which was it was. Seemed like it was over near a gun shop. One of his friends or friend's father had this gun
Yeah,
shop.
Mike O's. Doesn't Mike O's father own a gun shop?
Can't remember It could have been.
Uh,
Could have been there.
I
I
don't
don't
know.
remember.
Yeah, but
I didn't dive off.
that was the place that Bobby made gazillion calls that day or the day
There were
after.
a lot of calls. Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
to the gun shop.
Yep. Interesting. So if we have a look at the next picture, Jack 61.
And let's not forget that Bobby, so far, I personally have not heard that there was a buddy that went with Bobby hunting. So it was
Not-
unwitnessed. However,
That's right.
Barb
He said he was
Tadych said,
alone.
Barb Tadych said that he went with somebody, which
Yes.
is news to me.
Yes. But we read a report that said, I hunted alone. Remember when the Kathleen Zellner's aide questioned him and he goes, no, I hunted alone. So there were no alibi witnesses. And I don't
Right.
think Scott Tadych had any alibi witnesses where he went hunting.
No, he didn't.
So if you look at this picture, here's the intriguing bit. Look where the RAV4 was spotted. The RAV4 was spotted just downstream from Scott Tadych's trailer, right? And it's interesting that after he got married, he bought a property on the other side of where the RAV4 was spotted. So in the same general vicinity. But what this is intriguing is that's the area that Bobby Dassey went hunting. He went hunting close
Very
to Scott Tadych's trailer
That's right.
for deer. But why did Scott Tadych decide, I'm not going to hunt with Bobby, I'm going to go to another location and hunt there? Anyone got an answer?
Well, I don't really think you deer hunt together. It's like sitting in the
Okay.
stand.
Okay.
Well, it just depends, But as I recall, I can't remember which brother said it, but that Bobby generally went goose hunting about every
With
day,
Mike.
every afternoon with
With
Mike.
With Mike.
Yes,
Yeah,
but I think that was opening day for bow hunting.
yeah,
if I
I think
recall
it was.
for geese.
correctly.
Yeah,
For geese. And I think that it was Brandon who said that his brother Bobby goes hunting every day. I
Every
don't know
day.
if it's specifically for
Yeah.
geese or for something. I don't know.
I think that's what him and his buddy do.
Mike.
Mike though.
Yep.
I think they would go hunt for geese every day. Yeah.
Yep.
Until bow season opened, I guess.
Yep. Very interesting. All right. So Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide. So it doesn't finish. Scott Tadych is important for another thing, and that is the great big whopping fire, right? Because the whole narrative of the state was that Stephen Avery had cremated Teresa Halbach in his burn pit. Well, in order to convert a human being to bone fragments, the size that we saw, those tiny bone fragments, you need time and a lot of heat, a lot of fuel. So in order to do that, you absolutely need a great big whopping fire. But this is interesting because when Scott Tadych was questioned, this is what he said. So Susan, are you happy to read out the question? And Jack 61, are you happy to read out the answer?
Oh yeah.
This is Scott
Sure.
Tadych being questioned. Let's go for it, guys.
Okay, and is that if I understood you today, you're telling us that when you see the fire later, sometime after 7:30, you think the flames were almost as high as the garage, maybe 8 to 10 feet?
Yeah.
Was November 29 also the day that you told the police that the flames were at least 3 feet high, at least that high?
Must have.
Whenever you saw this fire, and however many times you saw it, you smelled nothing strange coming from the fire?
Nope.
All right. What the hell's going on here about the great big whopping fire that seems to have gone from 10 feet, the height of the garage, to 3 feet? and it's the same eyewitness. And then Candy, remember what Candy said?
That's what I was just thinking about, Doc.
Let's, Susan, you got any comments?
She's surprised that the house didn't burn down. It was so big.
Gonna melt the
Yeah.
house. Well, yeah,
So-
and his first statement, there was no fire at all.
Correct?
Right.
Correct?
He changed it 3 times. There was no fire, then there was like a big fire, and then it was going over the garage door.
All right.
At
Whatever
least
it
3 feet high.
Yeah.
Now, Can
That's
someone,
very different from 8 to 10.
yes.
Yeah.
Can someone make a comment? If they're cremating Teresa Hallbach, how come Scott Tadych never smelt anything?
Nobody smelled
impossible.
anything. Bobby didn't hear anything coming from the trailer because he wasn't listening for it. Those were his words. Well,
Yep.
I guess he wasn't smelling for it either.
Did anyone on the Avery salvage yard smell a burning human being?
Nobody.
No, nothing.
Nobody. Not even the neighbor who said, "Hey, there's a surveillance van over there." So she noticed something out of the ordinary. Don't you
The
think that
wind
she
was.
would?
Sorry, Neverly.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying, don't you think that somebody would notice that smell? Oh my God, how many times did we talk about it? But that's like my trigger.
Yep.
And the wind was going toward the Dassey house that night.
Yes. Correct. It was going directly to the Dassey household.
Toward Maz, toward Chuck's,
Yes.
toward
Correct. Correct.
to the east.
Correct. It was going away. It was going away from the Western berm. But the most important observation, and even Kathleen Zellner noted this, who is the only person who reported a foul odor in the air on October the 31st? It
Groel.
was Travis Groel, who was in the Randolph. He was near the rock crushing machine in Redon's quarry. What is
A long
very
way. A long
long
way
way
from
away,
Stevens
and the
Burn
wind-
Pit. Yeah.
and the wind was going away from Groel. Where did they find 3 bone dumps that contained
Very near where Groel was.
Yep, in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. Now, you put 2 and 2 together. You've got a fire allegedly happening in Stephen Avery's burn pit. No one smells a body burning or a foul odor. No one. The height of
Anthony. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, go for
Anthony
it.
Hill says Barb didn't report a smell and she's talking to Brendan besides the fire, according to Scott, right? She did not smell anything funny on her son when he came home.
No,
Mama Avery didn't smell anything.
no, Chuck.
Chuck?
No.
Yeah.
And don't forget Blaine as well. Blaine went trick-and-treating and Blaine came home. No one reported a foul odor at all. None. The only person who did is Travis Goel. And what do they find in the Manitowoc County gravel pit? 3 dumpings containing cut, burnt human bones, and you have a dog hit later on during the week when the investigators are there. It all points to if a cremation event took place, it took place very, very close to Groel. What did Robert Durst do, Neverly? He cut Morris Black into small fragments, body parts.
Body parts.
How do you know that and I know this is a horrible thing to say, how do you know that Teresa wasn't burnt piece by piece? In other words, there were multiple fires. And how do you disguise a fire that you're burning a human body part? You disguise it by putting in animal parts. What did they find in, I think it was 8765, tag number 8765? They found the pelvic bone fragments and they found animal bones together. Remember Jack 61? All in
Yep.
the one pile.
That's
So
right.
if you're burning part of a deer and a human body part and it all smells, are you going to be able to distinguish the two? Probably, maybe not. Right?
Yeah, depending on what they
And-
burn. I mean, body parts or, animal parts, whatever, it's still going to reek like hell.
Yes.
Yeah, no matter what you burn like that.
But what did Dr. Symes say? When he spoke to Zellner, he goes, burning a body is very, very hard. It's not
Mhm.
as easy as you think. And he said one part of the body that persists, that's hard to burn, is the
His
torso.
rib. Yeah.
Yep.
The ribs.
The torso. And he goes, people get frustrated, and what they do is they bury the torso. What bones are missing from Eisenberg's report?
The
Pick
torso.
me.
Sorry, never let go.
It's okay. Ribs. Ribs
And-
are
And the
missing.
spine.
And the
spine.
spine. Yeah.
And the ribs and the spine are in your torso.
Torso.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
And it's only logical. Okay, I can't believe that we are talking about this and that it's becoming logical that if you're going to dismember a body, that you're going to cut off the head, the limbs, and then have like 6 parts instead of a whole body, right?
Yes.
But what did Sean Rudy do? He did exactly the same thing.
The same
right?
thing. Yes, he
What
did.
did Robert Durst do? He did the
The
same
same
thing.
thing.
It's only logical to do it.
Yes, he
Yeah,
did the same
But
things.
imagine what was going, whoever did this, through their mind, that you killed somebody, dismembered somebody, and now you're stressed out of your fucking mind, trying
you
to
would be.
destroy every single possible evidence
Yes, you
in the
would be.
middle of the night, right? Which
Yes.
takes time. It takes time. It takes a certain amount of degree of the fire, right?
Yes.
And consistently, you have to maintain that.
Yes.
Yet
Yes.
they're claiming that all of that happened in the broad daylight, in the middle, in front of Barb's house and in front of
Yes.
Stephen's house in the
With
Brim
people
Pit,
coming and going.
with people coming and going.
Correct. And not only that, Stephen's fiance Jody phoned him up twice
Twice.
for 15 minutes. And so the state worked out that, holy shit, the last time that Jody phoned, I think it was close to 9 o'clock, Stephen must have been multitasking, right? Because the fire had already been going. So while he's talking to his fiance, he must be either stoking the fire or doing something, because Jody said, I noted no difference. I noticed no difference in Stephen, in his behavior. Right? But if you cut up a body into fragments, then you have time to get rid of the evidence. Do you understand? You just dump it somewhere and then you
Yep.
sequentially try to get rid of it.
Right.
But even Symes said the hardest part to get rid of is the trunk. So people, what they do is they bury it, and that brings up what location? Temporary burial site.
Oh yeah, Cuss Road. Another thing about the fire, and Sefrikov has been really good about talking about this. It's an aspect of, thinking about having a fire. Again, I don't know how many people listening have been around a really high heat. I have. I didn't work around it, but I've been in places that I've had access to that is really hot. My dad worked for Alcoa Aluminum for many years, and they did a couple of tours. And I can tell you, even standing back, 15, 20 feet, we couldn't get any closer for safety reasons. You could still feel that radiant heat. And those guys this one section, the reason it's called the remelters, as they're going through the process of making aluminum, there's waste, of course.
Yes.
And so that all gets piled in and taken to the remelter to get melted back down again. And they reuse it for whatever. So it's basically just a really intense cauldron or whatever pot you want to call it that they put this in to melt it back down. And so you think about Brendan and Stephen being around this massive fire, how damn close do you think they could get to it to do anything? And I can tell you right now, not possible.
No.
Not.
That's a really good point, Jack. I've had a job. I owned a pizza parlor, and those pizza ovens are like that. When you're trying to shuffle around, 5 or 6 pies
Damn
around
right.
the oven, I mean, you're singeing the hair off your arms, being as close as you need to be to do the work. And if they're burning a body, they're going to have to be adding fuel to the fire and maybe stirring it around or trying to push whatever part to what they perceive to be the hottest part of the fire or whatever.
Well, we're talking about 15 to 1800 degrees for hours.
Yeah.
Right, Doc? Did I get that number right? 15 to 1800 degrees Fahrenheit?
Professional crematoria, you're looking at between 2 to 3 hours at about 1600 degrees Fahrenheit. So you require a very high temperature, very high fuel load, but you need direct heat. So that way you get a proper cremation. And I think it was Dr. Dahan who worked out that for Stephen to do the same thing, he needed around about 6 hours tending the fire, adding more fuel, etc., etc. So you need, because it was a small open burn pit, you need a high fuel source, you need a lot of oxygen, and you need time, right? And Stephen did none of that. Right. He didn't have the fuel, he didn't have the time. Furthermore, when they looked at the instruments that Stephen used to tend the fire, they never checked it. They never forensically checked it to determine, well, does it contain bone fragments? Does it contain flesh? Does it contain blood? Nothing. They even left the hacksaw blade that they found at the burn pit. They didn't even forensically test it.
Nope.
They then, remember Jack 61, they then found that big car seat. And the argument was, well, maybe Stephen and Brendan used the car seat as a form of fuel. There were no bone fragments. There was no evidence of any combustion of a human being that came in contact with the seat.
No.
None.
Nothing.
That
Nothing.
seat would have burned in 5 minutes. Come on.
Yep. Nothing. That's the one that showed extensive rust on it. Now, apparently, when you burn something, it enhances the rate of rusting on the metal. But there was no sign of bone fragments. Nothing. No sign of flesh. No sign of pyrolysis material when you burn a human body. And some of the arguments that Ken Kratz is presenting on X, he even said, correct me if I'm wrong here, Jack 61, that Teresa's fat is what fueled the fire.
Yeah, that was a comment from, I won't say the name, but somebody that formed a new group last fall and was a truther, and now they turned guilty over the Christmas break. Yeah, she wasn't a very big girl anyway.
Didn't have much fat on her. Yeah.
No. And that's another part of this that I left out, talking about this intense heat and trying to get beside it to do anything except not catch on fire. You got to have Doc talk about the fuel load. That's one thing, but you have to, even if you've got enough fuel, you got to have enough oxygen to feed that fuel to generate heat that he's talking about. And how would they do it?
Hey, and anyway, most of the larger portions of adipose tissue on your body is where? In your torso.
Yes.
So
right.
We didn't have that.
Yes.
Yeah,
right.
There's not enough in your head to to burn the crowns of your teeth completely away.
No.
Completely away. Correct. And does anyone want to read Duke's question?
It says, Doc.
No, go ahead, Susan.
Why do you think Brutus alerted on a shovel at Cuss Road before anyone supposedly excavated that area? peat moss couldn't explain the interest from Brutus on that shovel.
No,
Great
I've
question.
I've heard the argument that Brutus was gave a false alert on the peat moss and the rotting wooden pallet, but dogs do detect methane gas. But the thing is, these dogs are trained to look at odorants which are released from death, not just methane. And so these dogs are trained on tracing chemicals. And when a person dies, we all smell the same, which is incredible, because when we decompose, our body smells are exactly the same. So a cadaver dog is trained not on just one chemical, but detecting a cocktail of chemicals. The mere fact that Brutus had alerted at the so-called dig site is indicative to me, and in fact, it's even in the search warrant that he smelt human decomposition, right? Not peat moss. Remember, this is the country, right? What the hell? If a dog only reacted to methane gas, they would never bring out a dog in the country, right?
No, never.
So, because you'd be getting false hits all the time. So I think the Brutus reacted on the shovel, but then they moved the shovel away, and Brutus then alerted on the earth where they dug, right? So clearly there must have been some evidence of human decomposition, whether there was a body there, whether there was some type of blood or tissue, we don't know. But that's what Brutus detects, right? And so all Brutus's alerts were 100% accurate, right? Wherever Brutus alerted, they found a scent source. So he alerted on the back of the RAV4, they found the presence of blood. He alerted in Stephen's trailer, they found the presence of blood. He alerted on the burn barrels, the Yunda burn barrels, and allegedly they found human cut burnt cremains. He also alerted in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. What did they find? Cut burnt human cremains. So now I've heard the argument that, Brutus gave a false alert at Cuss Road.
Well, and he alerts there, but what did they find? It's a freaking black hole. We don't know.
Correct.
It's another part.
Good question, Jake.
It's a great question. This brings up another argument that I was in with this person on X and have been pretty much the entire day, and at least some of yesterday. Is this thing going on at Cuss Road? And what was found and what wasn't found. But, they allege, their cover story is this peat moss bag and a rotten pallet that we've never even seen a photo of. Nothing. We've seen nothing. So, to me, it's
and
just
the stump. Have we seen a stump?
Nothing but a stump.
No.
Stump. James Crane says, I thought they would not let the dog in there. The dog was there. The dog is the one that discovered it, right?
That was Loof, the scent dog. They wouldn't let in.
Or yeah, but Brutus had been there prior to them taping it off and everything, right?
Well, I guess somewhere in that process, after Bushman called it in, I don't know how the communication worked because I haven't found it. Maybe Dr. Duke knows. Julie Kramer was called, and Brutus was taken over there.
Yes, but the exact time I got to check on the report. I don't think Julie Kramer wrote all the times in, but they would have put up the police tape pretty quick because they taped.
Duke said it was Loof. That was Loof.
No, Loof went to the tape, and Pagel prevented Loof from going to where the burial site was. But
Brutus was there before anyone dug into the disturbed.
Okay, Brutus was there. Correct.
Yeah.
Chris Worthman says at 11:30, and then Luke went there at 1:30.
Yes, Luke went a bit later, correct. We've
Yes.
Yeah,
Sarah
and
Faust,
Ed couldn't go in. Yeah.
correct. They asked Pagel. Pagel said, do not bring that dog in. But Brutus was there, correct. And then don't forget, Mark Wiegert wrote up the entire affidavit, and that would have taken ages to have written because he accumulated all the information, and he talked about Luth and he talked about Brutus and the significance of those findings. Because it wasn't served, because it wasn't signed, Kratz said on X, it has no legal standing.
Another thing about Pagel not letting Luth into there, if he had a fresh scent of Teresa and he tracked to that disturbed earth spot, they got a real problem. They got a real problem.
Yes. Yeah.
Because he's now tracked to a scent, the source.
Correct. And we've been speaking to a professional canine dog handler, right? Who also is appearing on X, and we hope to God we can get him on a Foul Play podcast. But you got to be very, very careful with these dogs, especially the tracking dogs, because the argument is, well, did you find a body part? Did you find a scent source? If you don't find the scent source, then it can be a multitude of things, because things like temperature, humidity, pressure, wind, the environment, the terrain, the geography, all of those things have an effect on how a tracking dog works.
Yeah,
Plus,
and a stronger sense can sometimes overpower them, and they will take off on it or something.
Yeah. And the other important thing is how you prepare the sample for sniffing that the dog sniffs. You got to make sure that there is no form of cross-contamination. You got to make sure that Sarah Faust herself did not contaminate the crime scene. You got to make sure that no detective who went to Teresa's house touched anything and left her human scent at places where they went. You understand? So you can get cross-contamination. Plus, you need to take into account whether it rained. So there are many things.
And it did hard.
Yep. So that's why it's very important. I think it's within, was it 48 or 72 hours? You got to get in a search dog in there quick, right? But Brutus is different. Brutus can detect human decomposition years down the track and people buried 6 to 8 feet down and in water, right? So human decomposition is different to the live scent, because the live scent can be disseminated with wind and temperature, geography, all those sorts of things, right? But Pagel prevented Lou from crossing that line. So imagine this. You've got two different dogs, a cadaver dog that is non-specific for Teresa Horbach and a scent dog that is specific for Teresa Horbach, both going in one location. That is significant, especially if you can find a scent source.
Look who joined us, Duke.
Hey, welcome.
You guys gonna make me join? I have to explain my point here.
Let's go for it.
Hey, Duke.
How are you guys?
Good.
Well, good. Glad to hear.
Yeah. So explain your point, Duke.
Let me explain the point a little bit here about Custer Road. And to be honest with you, I just thought about this recently, and kind of dug into it a little bit more. No pun intended here. But Custer Road, when Brutus alerts, what the report says is that he alerts on the disturbed earth area. But Julie Kramer notes that he had particular interest in this shovel that was laying next to the disturbed earth. The time frame of when this is happening is before Ertl and Colburn and whoever else ended up digging out, finally going in to dig and realize, okay, it's just peat moss. That's around like 3:30, even 4 o'clock. because
Yes.
Ertl says they wrapped up with that around 5:30. So
Correct.
that takes place late in the afternoon. This alert on the disturbed earth, in particular interest on a shovel, that's taking place closer to around noon.
Close. Yes. Earlier.
And so my point is, why is there, first of all, why is there a shovel there at that point? And why is there particular interest in that shovel from a cadaver dog if no one has dug into that area? And if there's no smell of any sort of human remains on that shovel. And so my second point is, it's not like anyone had called down that morning on the radio saying you better bring some shovels. Oh wait,
Well, except for the one call.
Except for Bushman.
Except for Mike Bushman.
Yeah, might want to bring a shovel.
Yep.
So I understand how, I think it's a crazy argument for people to say that it's just a Pete Moss bag and that's what caused, the false alert from Brutus. However, it doesn't explain the interest on a shovel if no one's dug into that area yet.
Except if they use the shovel to move something or
Correct.
scoop something up.
But if that peat moss had not been dug up yet, then there would be no, even in my opinion, there would never be interest.
Or did we lose Duke? Yeah. Oh, I don't believe in the Brutus being having interest in a peat moss bag and methane gas. The cadaver dogs are trained on the odorants of death, and the odorants.
He was 100% prior to the stuff too. So
yep, and he Brutus was actually certified for human cremains.
Yeah,
as well. So he was one of their best dogs, and him and Julie Kramer spent hundreds of cases and many hours. I forgot the number, but I think it was several thousand hours. And Brutus was 100% correct on all his hits. And all of a sudden,
that's pretty impressive.
All of a sudden, he now has a false hit, and it's the same freaking argument that I read about the 3 different cadaver dogs that hit at Mikkel's quarry, and all of them were false because Cohane said that the tissue and the blood that found was non-human. So all 3 cadaver dogs were wrong.
Yeah, that's
and
just
how
not
come we
sensible.
don't have any picture of the peat moss?
Oh, I haven't seen any.
Well,
we got pictures of dog poo.
It's the same reason we don't have a single picture of any human remains in situ. Think about that. Not a single picture of any human remains in situ. That is not a coincidence.
No.
And the fact that they did not want to examine the bones under the high-powered microscope. Think about that.
Correct.
To see if they're human or not.
Eisenberg she could have taken a regular microscope and scoped that out. It didn't have to be a high-powered, just a regular scope. She could have found out if they're a human or animal.
I think we know that she did.
Kretz would have told her, do not say they're human. Say they're suspect, possible human. But when Strang questioned her, she said, yep, it's got all the characteristics of a human bone. And then when Fallon questioned her and said, how come you didn't do any further analysis? I felt potentially it could have compromised the bone structure. I would have had to have cut it. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a murder investigation, right? You want to find out whether a particular bone is human or animal. That's one of your duties, right? That's one of your duties in your manual. But here's the irony. She never had to have cut it. Whoever cut up the body cut the bone fragment, the hip bone fragment. It had already been cut. And Kathleen Zellner showed the picture of it on the side. It's got a honeycomb and a thin cortical layer. Exactly what you find in a human bone. It's human. It's human. So now we've got this bizarre situation whereby they find part of Teresa Horbach's hip bone in the burn pit and part of her hip bone in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. Come on, guys.
Houston, we have a problem.
We have a huge
what
problem.
That's what
We've
I
got-
see.
Yep. All right. Do we have another question? That's Lisa's question.
Lisa's question, yeah. Where was the shovel at Cuss Road found? Did someone take it there? I
They
don't
brought
recall much about. Yeah, they brought it.
They
That's what
brought
we were
it.
talking about. Bushman,
Yeah.
when he made that call at 10:30 a.m., you go ahead and tell it, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was between 9:30 and 10 a.m. We've got radio traffic from Manitowoc County, and we hear Mike Bushman calling out that he's got an area where some items need to be cleared. And he jumps right back on after that call and says you might want to bring some shovels.
Yep.
So the shovel, the exact location of it isn't necessarily given by Julie Kramer in her report. It just says that they went to the area where there was disturbed earth. Brutus gave his trained alert, which was a bark. And then she says, and then he had particular interest in a shovel that was in that area.
Correct. They moved the shovel and he alerted on the disturbed earth.
Correct.
There's something there. There's something there. And you're trying to tell me that, think about it. Why would anyone in Manitowoc bury a peat moss bag and a pallet there? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
And you're trying to tell me that all those resources that were down there for nearly the entire day, including Fassbender, he was down there for a peat moss bag and a rotten wooden pallet.
And Colburn twice.
And not only that, remember what he wrote, I think it was Tyson. I'll never forget it. They said, we told Erdl that it was nothing to worry about. They told Erdl, the CSI, that it was nothing to worry about. Had nothing to do with the case. Unreal. But according to the state, nothing happened in Cuss Road.
Nope.
All right. Shall we continue, guys?
Hey, I'm gonna jump back off and keep listening, but you guys keep doing your thing. I love listening.
Awesome. Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Duke.
Duke.
We can't wait for your bone
Bye,
presentation.
Duke.
Can't wait. Be out soon.
Okay, awesome. All right. Katie, would you like to read this if you can see the slide?
Yes.
Yep. Let's go for it.
Hang on just 1 second.
Oh, no hassles at all. That was a very interesting discussion.
Yeah. I think that was a lie Avery suggested. If they were by Fisherville Road, Jambo Creek Road, their cell phones would come off of Mishicot, not the other way. So that's all a lie. What do you think about the timing of Scott and Barb's marriage? Zellner inquired. Well, it's all strange, Avery responded. Everything is strange. Tom, Yonda, and Barbara would always go over there by his trailer almost every night. To Scott's trailer? Yeah. Do you think the timing of their marriage before the trial had anything to do with the trial itself? Zellner asked. Yeah, I'd say. Because if they get married, then husband and wife don't have to testify against each other, Avery said. What about Brendan at this point? What are your thoughts about him?
Interesting. So this is now going to get really controversial. Have a look what Stephen says about Brendan Dassey.
I don't know, Avery replied. That's all up to him. I don't know if he's guilty or innocent. I don't know if he helped Bobby or not. I don't know. I don't know if they put her in that blue trailer or what. He come up with a story for a reason. I don't know why. So you think that he lied? What he was talking about actually might have happened, but it was Bobby instead of you? Zellner asked. Yeah, Avery agreed. And that trailer was the blue trailer, and that's why they got rid of it. Zellner asked where the blue trailer was kept. It was right aside the road coming down to me, Avery recalled. Right before Barbara's house? Okay, and at what point was that trailer disposed of? Was it before the trial? I don't know, Avery answered. All I know is that Earl moved it down in the pit and they put up a fence, and after that, I couldn't tell you. Whenever they put up the fence, they took it out of there.
All right. This is going to be a tough question. I want to ask this to the panel and everyone in chat. Do you think Stephen believes that Brendan was involved, or doesn't he know? Jack 61.
Well, it sounds like he doesn't know at this point. That's what I'm getting from what he said here. He doesn't know.
And you know that a lot of people are very upset about what Stephen said, because they're saying, oh, jeepers, Stephen threw his nephew under the bus. I don't think from what he said that Stephen's got any idea what happened with Brendan.
Right.
I don't recall
either.
Yep, I don't recall. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. He doesn't know. And I think if he was honest with himself, he would say he didn't have anything to do with it. But
okay.
That's just me.
Yep. Thank you. Katie, what about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, he probably thinks up scenarios for everyone trying to figure it out, because all he has is time to do it. So,
yes.
Yeah, he probably doesn't trust anyone.
No. I agree. Susan, what about yourself?
Yeah, I agree with exactly that, Kay. I think Stephen, because he is innocent, he has no clue what happened to Teresa, but he comes up with these scenarios, and he's basically pointed at everybody in the family. I mean, he's named everybody. So, yeah, he doesn't know.
Okay. Neverly, what do you think?
I agree with what Susan said. I don't think he knows who did it, but he is thinking, it wasn't me. So it could be possible that anybody else is. It's a possibility because it wasn't me.
Yep.
And also, we know that they went into that blue trailer. They searched that blue trailer.
Yes.
And there was nothing in there. I think they took the dog in there. Yeah.
Yep, so. Correct. But I'm gonna throw a bit of a curveball here. Brendan Dassey said a couple of very interesting things. One of them was what he told Detective O'Neill. I don't know if you remember this. Remember when Brendan said, I was at the kitchen window and I saw Teresa Hallbark with Stephen?
I don't remember that.
Yep. In one of the interviews. Brendan said that. I've even got a slide where Brendan said, I was standing at the kitchen window when I saw Teresa Hallbark. And I'm thinking, shit, you're mimicking your brother.
Yeah, he just repeating Bobby.
He's repeating what Bobby said. And the other thing was, Fassbender and Wiegert said to him, well, what made Stephen do it? And Brendan goes, because he was angry that Teresa couldn't put the blazer in the magazine. Remember when he said that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Who owns a Blazer?
Bobby.
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 But I don't think Teresa's going to turn down any vehicle.
No, hell no. But why in the hell would Brendan say, oh, he was angry because of she wouldn't put his Blazer in the magazine? And you think to yourself,
Why would Stephen care about the Blazer?
What I'm getting at is, what has Brendan been hearing that he's mashed it all together into some type of narrative, right? What's he been hearing? Has his brothers been talking?
I mean, it's possible, or it's also possible that, he just was trying to make something up.
Yeah, as an excuse.
Yeah, but it is possible that he's heard.
Oh, I think it's likely.
Well, yeah, imagine the chaos on the salvage yard at that time. Imagine the conversations.
But remember, Susan.
I'm sorry, Doc.
No, go.
Well, if Brendan helped Bobby or knew that Bobby did it, do you think that he would implicate Stephen in this whole thing? You don't think he would put Bobby in there if in fact it was Bobby and he knew about it?
Yeah,
during all the interrogations and.
Yeah, I have a feeling Brendan Dassey knows 2/3 of fuck all, putting it politely.
Yeah,
he's got 2/3 of fuck all. He knows nothing.
No clue.
He's got no clue. Nah, and he was making shit up. But what is interesting is that he said the same narrative his brother said about looking at Teresa out the window, because he said that to Detective O'Neill, and I'm thinking, bloody hell, where the hell did he get this from? Right? Remember when he was
had to be from Bobby. Had to be.
Yeah. And remember what Brian said. I think you better talk to my brother, because he said that he saw Teresa Hallbach leave. So they've been talking, right? They've been talking, and Brendan's obviously hearing these things, and it's amazing what they spew out, right? But if we look at the next picture, we'll just wait for that one. This is where the blue trailer is, right? So the blue trailer is just downstream from Barb's home. But as Susan said, the investigators went in there, it was just storage parts. And I'm not sure how much they forensically tested, but they said, nothing was found there.
I know Jody had a bunch of shit in there. Stephen had some stuff in there too.
Yeah, it was jam-packed full of stuff. But if we look at
it was a piece of crap. It's a piece of crap, and that's probably why they hauled it off, and maybe they were going to burn the aluminum or something.
Yes, but look at this slide. This is very interesting. In the yellow arrow, where the yellow arrow is where Bobby was watching Teresa Hallbach as she arrived on the property. Where the blue arrow is where the blue trailer is, and that's where Stephen said, I think they might have taken Teresa Hallbach in there. But further down, where the red arrow is the vehicle where the number plates were found out in the open in the back seat. And where the black arrow is the end loader that Stephen wanted Teresa to come back and photograph near the blue shed.
That's interesting.
All down the gravel road. And who's right at the end of the gravel road? You've got Chuck.
Yep.
Right? You got Chuck. And who was in there? He had James Kennedy at 3:00.
That's right.
It's amazing that whole gravel road, there's so much potential activity all on that road. And of course, Teresa came in and Teresa would have gone out on that gravel road. That's the only way in and the only way out. But it's interesting that whole road is, I just mapped it all out. It's a hotbed of activity, right? All on that road. Guys, do we have any comments?
I think we're good, Doc.
All right. I reckon we've got a few more slides to go. I reckon we can finish the podcast. We keep going, guys?
Yay.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
let's go for it.
Yeah, we
Okay.
don't have that many more, I don't think.
Beautiful. Okay, let's continue reading. Who would like to read this one?
I can continue.
Yeah, let's go for it. Thank you.
And then it was destroyed? Yeah, then they destroyed it, Avery said. And they destroyed Bobby's blazer and all of that. Yeah, so tell me about that, Zellner inquired. So Bobby, was it the blazer that he was driving that day that Teresa disappeared? Yeah, black blazer, Avery pointed out. And who took the blazer and destroyed it? Well, it must have been Earl and Chucky, Avery said of his two brothers, because he only had it for a month. Was it in good condition? Yeah, it was in good condition. Ran good. Transmission was good. Tires were good. The brakes were good. Everything was good on it, Avery insisted. So they destroyed both the blazer and the blue trailer, right? Yeah, and they got rid of Barbara's vehicles too, and they crushed them all, Avery remarked. The van and everything, which she had sitting there. So the van that she was going to sell, they crushed it? Yeah, they crushed all of that. And can you think of any reason to have done that? Well, they wanted to make sure that there was no evidence nowhere. That's all I can think of, Avery surmised. We believe, and we put forth in the briefs that it was Bobby. What do you think Barb thinks? Do you think Barb knows that he was involved? Well, maybe not at first, but I figured after that, yeah, that they all knew, Avery replied. Have any of them ever explained how Teresa's bones ended up in the Dassey burn barrel? Zellner asked. No, Avery replied.
Yeah, before we do this slide, there's been a lot of controversy about the crushing of Bobby's blazer. I think there was an order for junking it or something like that, but I'm not sure when Bobby's vehicle was crushed. Does anybody know? I know it's been a very controversial area. Does anyone know about Dassey's blazer?
I just remember. Yeah, I don't remember the date, Doc. I don't.
I
Maybe
remember
Doug-
that
maybe
it
Doug
was
knows.
way later after the whole murder and the trial. It wasn't like around that time.
Yes.
That's what I
Yes.
what I
And
remember. I could be wrong.
I don't remember any phone calls about all this, like all Barb's vehicles, and I don't remember that anywhere else. But
Yeah.
doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Yeah, correct. But who? I think it was you, Susan. I think you said about when John LeQuern saw a vehicle driving out, he never saw a blazer, but he did see a mid-sized green SUV. And the hypothesis is, well, what happened if Teresa was attacked on the Avery salvage yard, placed in her vehicle and driven out?
Yeah, because LeQuern did not see the driver of the vehicle.
No.
So it could have been anybody.
No, but isn't that...
He's asking what that question was when Bobby's blazer was burned.
Yeah, crushed. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I do not know the actual date. But
Duke just wanted to know what that question was. So
yeah.
maybe he knows.
Basically the question was, when was Bobby Dassey's blazers crushed? The theory being, well, if he was involved in murdering Teresa Hobart, he'd want to get rid of potential forensic evidence. So hence it's nefarious because they crushed the blazer and the blazer was in good condition, etc., etc. it's very likely that Teresa Halbach was nowhere near Bobby Dassey's Blazer, because
And if she had been, though, Bobby would not have continued to drive that
no,
just days after the investigation started,
No.
after they found the RAV and everything. No
No.
way.
Exactly.
he would've.
Nor he would wait too long to do it, to get rid of it.
correct. And plus, I'm not sure whether any cadaver dog had done any hit on the Blazer. I don't believe so at all. But I'm not sure whether they actually brought Brutus or other cadaver dogs near that vehicle. I know that they checked vehicles, but that I'm not 100% sure. Does anyone know whether Bobby Dassey's Blazer was checked with a cadaver dog?
I don't remember it being mentioned, but that I don't know for sure.
Yeah, me neither. I know they checked Barb Yunder's van, no hits there. They took a cadaver dog all around Stephen Avery's trailer, no hit there. So I'm not sure about the Blazer. Okay, so the reason why this picture is very interesting is because this was shown on cam, and I just about fell out of my seat, because the argument that Kratz was talking about was, hey, I'm only going to spend 20 seconds about the bones in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. He goes, the best person in the world, the best anthropologist in the world didn't know what they were. The FBI tried to do mitochondrial testing, had no success. We can't call them human bones. So we're just basically going to ignore the bones in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. Lo and behold, in the report that Eisenberg wrote, car burnt human bones. And in one of those bone poles that you see down there, Brutus hit, right? There was a hit. So what is interesting is that, see that bone on the left-hand side, the one with the cut marks, the hesitation cut marks and the cut marks, allegedly that's the bone that was found in Yunder burn barrel number 2. And that's the bone that Ken Kratz said that Stephen picked up and put in his sister's burn barrel. Cherie, do you have a comment? I don't recall.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was not muted.
Yep. So quite clearly you can see that cut, burnt human bones were found in 3, 4, 5 locations that we know of. In Stephen Avery's burn pit, in Yunder burn barrel number 2, and in 3 dump sites in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. There may have been bones or additional bones found at Cuss Road and potentially in Mickles Quarry as well, but we've got no photographs. None. Do we have any comments, guys?
I don't. I personally don't believe there were human bones in Dassey's barrel.
Okay. Interesting. And I think Duke has got a lot more to say about it, because according to what Fallon said, there was more than 4 bone fragments that were found, allegedly were taken to the FBI. I think there was something like, correct me if I'm wrong, Duke, there was something like 36 or 38 bone fragments that went to the FBI that allegedly came from, is it 7964, which is the Yunder burn barrel number 2. It doesn't make any sense. So something weird is going on, right?
Duke says that 7964 came from Deer Camp burn barrel.
Interesting. That's where Loof alerted. I'm not sure about Brutus, but they put police tape around that burn barrel and it was guarded. Interesting. All right. Guys, shall we continue? We've got a few more slides to go. We're done.
Yes.
Okay,
Sure.
let's go for it. Who would like to read number 17?
I'll read it. And
Let's go.
has Barb ever responded or said anything about Bobby pushing Teresa's car? Nope. She never wanted to talk about it. And at some point, did she put on Facebook that Bobby had told her that he never saw Teresa walk towards your trailer? Yeah, I think there was a time that she put it on Facebook that Bobby said she left. So tell me now at this point, the appeal is pending with the new evidence with Thomas Sawinski. What do you hope, like best case scenario? What do you hope will happen when it gets to the appellate court? Zellner inquired. Well, I think they should just give me a new trial and let the jury decide, Avery answered. That's what I think they're going to do, is just give me a new trial and it will go back to circuit court. And probably would be in front of this judge, the new judge we've got, Zellner noted. Don't you think? Yeah, Avery responded, because we won't have had any involvement in the decision on the appeal because Sakevich did that, but it would come back to him for trial. He won't have had any involvement, sorry. Zellner explained, do you think you'd get a fair trial with him, or would you want to try to move it? I don't know. I don't know nothing about him or what. I just don't want a Manitowoc jury, Avery remarked. Right, Zellner agreed, laughing. So you'd have to get a jury from elsewhere or try to move it from Manitowoc. Is there any other message that you want for John Ferak to put in this book from you? I mean, you could actually just give the message right now to people that are following your prediction on what's going to happen. Well, I think I'm going to get a new trial, but then I want who's all involved, to go to trial, Avery replied, so this don't happen to another person again. There's got to be consequences. If you set somebody up, you've got to make sure it don't happen again.
Which, incredible, that's exactly what he said. Remember when the depositions, when they interviewed him? That's exactly what he said. That it doesn't happen to anybody again. And
Yep.
he's now repeated it in 2023. So it doesn't happen again. It looks like no one's learned their lesson. Jack 61.
Oh, I agree. That he's right. You don't want it to happen again.
Yep. All right. Susan, would you like to continue?
Yeah, sure. So you would like to see if you had a new trial and you're acquitted, then you would like to see that people that were involved in framing you would like to see those people go to prison? Zellner asked. Yeah. Would you like to see Bobby Dassey charged with murder? Oh, yeah. That would be the first thing to do, Avery said. Why don't they arrest him? And then they ought to let me go. We already got the judge saying that he's got the vehicle, so that should be enough evidence and everything. Right, Zellner quipped. Nobody's really questioning that he had the car. Okay, can you think of anything else that you would want to say in a book? I'm sick of doing time for something I didn't do, Avery told his lawyer. And I've got to put up with all this corruption in here. Oh, there's so much. HSU, Health Services Unit, the medical department, the dentist is garbage. I've got to wait a year just to get a filling. They pulled my tooth. And they didn't have to. If they would have taken care of it right away instead of wait, all they do is tell me, oh, you're on the list. And then with the phone and the video visits, the stuff is so old where you can't get through. And them phone lines are so old. They crackle and everything else. They got no money for us. It's all for them. They get John Deere gators and golf carts and everything for them, but nothing for us. Then the food is garbage. You can barely eat it. The water system is garbage, Avery opined. Well, how do you feel that your health is now just in this last year? Zellner wondered. Oh, it's better than Waupun. Waupun. I get more fresh air. Before ending the prison call, Zellner asked if Avery had anything else to say to his followers and fans across the globe. I don't know. Thanks for all my supporters out there for me, for the truth. That's from the bottom of my heart. The truth has got to come out sooner or later. Avery.
Wow.
It's
Okay.
fucking prisons. The way they treat people, it's disgusting.
So here's an interesting question, right? We've just gone through the interview. We've finished the interview part. Do you think Stephen Avery was being sincere, genuine, honest, or is he a masterful psychopath and he sucked everybody in? Jack61, and also people in chat.
Well, I think
What do you think of the interview?
yeah, I mean, just listen to this being read out. I mean, it sounded sincere. I didn't pick up on putting on a big front or anything like that. I didn't get that at all.
Okay, interesting. I don't recall. What about yourself? How did you feel about the interview?
I felt like it was sincere.
Okay, interesting. Katie, what about yourself?
Yeah, I think he was trying to be honest with his feelings right there. Seemed
Okay.
like it.
Okay. Susan, what about yourself?
I think he sounded like he's always sounded to me.
Yes. Yes.
He sounds honest to me.
Okay.
He would have to be a psychopath to be able to lie and make it come off the way it comes off.
Yep.
And I just don't think that's the case.
Yep. Which is interesting because King Kratz called Stephen Avery a psychopath.
He sure did.
Well, takes one to know one, right?
Yes. Interesting. All right. Thank you, Susan. And what about you, Neverly? How did that interview come across?
Same as Susan said, he sounded like he always does. Very, how should I say? I don't know him personally, but like there's a natural flow to things, and for him to mastermind all of this in his, I don't know. I believe what he said. I do.
So you
He's
don't
a
feel that?
simple man. I'm sorry. I just want to say that he's just a simple man.
Very simple, and when he speaks, you can understand him, what he's trying to say, even in the simplest terms. And actually, that works out for him.
Yes.
Because he's not trying to muddy the water.
Yes. So what is interesting here, and somebody already made the comment, he sounded like exactly the same when he got interviewed. Remember when they interviewed him in front of the Barbie van?
Yeah.
And he just spoke straight. He sounded exactly the same. His demeanor and the way he answered his questions are exactly the same. Even though what was it, 6,000 plus days? Same narrative, same story. But I genuinely think he was shocked when he was told about Bobby and the raffle. I really believe he was shocked. And he even said, he goes, see, what have I been saying? It's not me, right?
Yeah.
And notice what he said. He goes, I want justice. I want justice.
Oh yeah.
I want the people who set me up to go to prison.
Yeah. Me too. Duke makes a good point. He says, listen to the jail calls. He's a bad liar. And I've made that point many times. We know when he's lying about, what's her name? Debbie.
Debbie. Yep.
To Jody. And you can hear that lie in his voice. Yeah. So
Yep.
I think that's a tell.
Yep. Very, very interesting. Okay, guys, let's wrap this up. I think we've got one or two more slides and we're done. All right. Who would like to read slide 21?
I can.
Yeah, let's go for it, guys.
In a concerted effort to chip away at the fame and fortune of Moira Demas and Laura Riccardi, the filmmakers of Making a Murderer, right-wing conservative TV narrative Candace Owens teamed up with film director Sean Reck to produce a rebuttal true crime movie series. They launched their own 10-part documentary called Convicting a Murderer through the Daily Wire on September 7th, 2023. The Daily Wire promo for Convicting a Murderer proclaims that in Making a Murderer, Stephen Avery was portrayed as an innocent victim of corrupt law enforcement. But there's more to the story than we were shown. Join Candace Owens as she sets the record straight by exposing hidden evidence in the murder of Teresa Halbach. The final part of the series aired October 26, 2023, titled The Real Villain.
Now, before we read the final bit, what new evidence did Cam present?
That's a great question, though.
Bunch of hearsay, stuff that happened years ago, character assassination to convince you that Stephen was such a bad guy and a psychopath back in the 80s that he could easily kill Teresa. That's the message.
That's not evidence.
No,
That is
I know it's
not
not.
evidence.
I agree. And
What
of
real
course,
evidence did they have? Sarah
none.
Faust? No.
No, absolutely not.
No. Yeah.
And of course, they had to throw Brendan under the bus and drive over him 4,000 or 5,000 times as well. And that kid knows nothing, absolutely nothing, except what he hears everyone else say, and he repeats it
like a parrot. Correct,
yeah.
Katie.
I guess they have a gut feeling.
I have a gut feeling. Yep, correct. So,
if there was hidden evidence, who hid it?
That's right. That's Brady. That's Brady. That's Brady.
Who hid it and why?
I guess are they talking about ma'am hid evidence?
Well, he said Candace Owen, as she sets the record straight by exposing hidden evidence.
In the murder.
Yeah.
Teresa.
What hidden evidence are we talking about?
They missed the mark.
Yeah.
Boy, did they.
Oh,
Yep.
Duke says they admitted the Corey bones were human in Cam.
Yes.
That was hidden evidence. Yeah.
Yep. That was 100% correct. Yep, correct. But the if you have a look at the last episode, The Real Villain, all of us were the targets of their ridicule. Truthers, supporters, the filmmakers, both Riccardi and Demos. The amount of professional jealousy shown by Candace Owens is phenomenal. Because the MAM documentary was very thought-provoking, they'd won a lot of awards. It was a brilliant piece of filmmaking, in my opinion, because they had to juggle literally thousands and thousands of hours of material to 10 parts, 10 one-hour parts. They could have done MAM 3, 4, 5, and 6. And Neville, you'll back me up on this. If you look at Jinx Part 2, that's all stuff that was done years ago.
Yes.
And now there's a second season of Jinx.
Yes.
Jinx, which is just as riveting.
Yes, with
As-
the material
as season
that
one.
they've been filming over how many years did directly say? I don't know. And
A
Durst
long-
has passed away
Yes.
since anyways. So this is all material, old material.
If you want to see a true psychopath in motion, look at Robert Durst.
Absolutely.
Criminal mind, you guys.
Phenomenal.
Criminal mind.
Phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
And super rich, which makes it even worse. He's super rich.
Yep. He made Hannibal Lecter look like an amateur. How
Yeah.
this got, and now I think there's even people are even talking about that he could have killed more people, because notice what the punchline was in season 2. Robert Durst kills witnesses. So any loose ends, he gets right. Jack 61, right,
Yep.
Neverly. He gets
Ties 'em
rid of
up.
the witnesses.
Yes, I
Well,
read.
that was Black and Susan. They were both witnesses. I mean,
Yes.
Black knew who he was.
Yeah.
He could have exposed him, and
Yep.
Susan was a witness. So
Yep.
that's
And,
plural.
I was
Yep.
following this case while it was happening and while the trial was happening, and there are some stories talking about jurors going from Northern California down to Southern California and killing a couple of more girls along the lines. I didn't do a deep dive into that, but there
Yeah,
was
I
some.
remember that.
Remember that?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
correct. And one of the witnesses, I forgot his name, he had to be escorted into the court with 2 security guards because he was
Yes.
terrified that he was going to get killed.
His best friend, yes.
His
His
best
best
friend.
friend, yeah.
Best
Mhm.
friend. Yep. All right, guys, let's finish off the podcast. Who would like to do this one?
I could do the last one if you want,
Okay.
guys.
Yeah, let's
I
go
haven't
for
read-
it. Thank you,
haven't read
J61.
much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We're on page 22, right? Slide 22.
22.
Yep. Meanwhile, one of Stephen Avery's biggest supporters, Australian businessman Mark Hodnott, hired a professional company to conduct a survey on convicting a murderer and the documentary impact on public opinion. The survey was done during the 6 weeks covering Making a Murderer. The survey was done during the 6 weeks of Convicting a Murderer film was being broadcast. The key findings of the survey revealed by Hodnott on November 9, 2023 are as follows. Less than 10% of the responders to Convicting a Murderer has used the Netflix documentary Making a Murderer as their only source of case knowledge. Convicting a Murderer did convince approximately 10% of the previous supporters of Stephen Avery to believe in his guilt. So there's some crossover there. Let me change slides here.
I'm surprised that number's so high, but
Yeah, me too. Approximately 83% of the survey respondents still believe Stephen Avery is innocent. A total of 73% of survey respondents felt convicting a murderer added little or nothing to their case knowledge. That's terrible. Think
Yeah.
about it. A total of 74% of the respondents said convicting a murderer lacked information that a court would find admissible. True. Another 69% of the respondents said the documentary maker and presenter for convicting a murderer lacked a sound grasp of the case facts. God.
I'm surprised it was a 99.99%.
Oh, he's certainly in the high 90s for sure, Doc. God almighty, that's awful. A total of 71% of the survey respondents rated the quality of convicting a murder as either average or below average or poor when it came to an assessment of the quality journalism. And perhaps the most telling aspect of the professional survey came in the final question. A total of 88% of respondents said they believe Stephen Avery deserves a new murder trial, which, according to the Australians' Hodnott, includes respondents who believe Avery is guilty.
That's telling.
That's very telling.
That's very telling.
And then we got a couple more here. Let me switch it up here. Okay. 24. Thank you to over 320 people who participated, Hodnott proclaimed on Twitter. By having a sample group totaling 320 people made the survey statistically significant in terms of reflecting public opinion around the world. During a November 17, 2023 interview with this author, Zellner said she found the survey very accurate. So far, no one has been able to disprove Stephen Avery's innocence, Zellner proclaimed. And it's obvious to most people in the world except for those that have vested interest in profiting from and exploiting his conviction.
Yep.
Then I'll pop the last one here, photo of Mark.
Yep. And I think most people know Mark Hodderknott or have seen Mark Hodderknott. And he was also on Convicting a Murderer in, I think, the final episode 10. And I think what above Mark's head is very chilling.
I was just going to say, Dr. Silkman, it sent chills down my spine.
Yep, because, a lot of people, they trivialize it. Stephen, Brendan, they deserve what they got. Except if you're in the same situation yourself, right? There's you talk to a lot of the state advocates and guilters, the hatred they have for Stephen and anyone that shows any form of sympathy towards Stephen, they hate them with a passion. Just go on X. But here's the question. I'll read it. What happened to Avery, Brendan Dassey, can happen to anyone. And only if that happened to you or a family member do you understand the ordeal that Stephen and Brendan are going through. If they're guilty, they deserve to be where they are. But if they're innocent, they shouldn't be there. And I think most people will agree with that.
Absolutely.
Well, the other side of that, and I know you all will probably agree with me, tell me if you don't, but the bigger problem, or a big problem with all of this is if, let's just say that Stephen gets a new trial and it's, whatever comes out proves his innocence. And of course, then that's going to lead to, well, how did X, Y, and Z happen over here that convicted him? And nothing ever happens. Even if there's, some serious problems get revealed, nothing happens, no repercussions. And somebody, I don't care if it's Stephen and Brendan or who it is, have lost years of their life, gone. And you'll never get that back.
No.
They can't get that back. However, it could possibly be a very landmark case.
Could
just be. Because it happened to him twice.
Yeah.
By the same department.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
so it could open up Pandora's box.
Yes. Sorry, Neverly.
Oh, I wanted to just say that we've been saying this from the get-go. We're not focusing here on Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey per se. We're focusing on this fair trial. Did he receive the fair trial? It could have been Peter Johnson or whomever, you, I, next door neighbor, whomever this happened to, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
Right.
that's the point of this whole podcast that we have in our group and everything else. And it seems the guilters are missing the point. And that's why it gets really frustrating and silly when they're, talking about their beliefs, and they can do whatever they want. I don't care. But we're not talking about Uncle Stevie here.
No.
It could be anybody.
It
could
be
them in this person. Exactly. That's what we're talking about. So this sentence, just let it sink in again. What happened to Stephen and Brendan can happen to anyone.
To anyone. Correct.
And we started with that pretty much 5 years ago.
Yes. That's what interested me. And when you're vulnerable, you're in worse trouble. And someone like Stephen and Brendan are extremely vulnerable because of their IQ, their education, the fact that Stephen had been targeted previously, had been in prison for a long period of time, and Brendan Dassey is intellectually challenged.
Well, and not only that, they're compromised on resources. They don't have a lot of money, so they're screwed. They're screwed right out of the gate.
Yes, correct. And the criminal justice system is steered to people that have got a lot of money and clever attorneys. Just ask Neverly with Robert Durst, had millions of dollars behind him, hide the best of the best. And when he had to cough up $250,000 for bail, he said, well, I don't have it on me now, but I'll get it tomorrow. Right?
Right.
He
Yeah.
did. And he walked out of prison. Boom.
I mean,
It
any
certainly
of us
has.
think about any of us think about $250,000, and it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm staying.
Yep. And just before we finish the podcast, it's interesting that if you look at the last episode of MAM, there was the rally, and that rally featured on Convicting a Murder, where all the people were holding their signs. And they said, honk if you believe in their innocence. And most of the cars were honking, supporting Stephen, supporting Brendan. One car stopped by and they said, Stephen's in the people holding the sign, Stephen's innocent, Brendan's innocent. You know what the driver of the car said? I've got 2 bullets for them. Do you remember that, Neverly?
I remember that.
Yes, I do. Yelling out of the car. Yeah.
Which means that even if they get exonerated, you don't think vigilantes are going to take them both out?
Well, I think there's a certain aspect out there that would, and
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what gets proven. They're in their mind, they did it, and nothing else matters. Yeah,
Yep.
you can't say anything to them at all.
No, on X, I started having these arguments with Mr. Kratz, and I blocked him. I'm not playing this game. He was questioning the origin of the pubic hair in the sex education kit. I thought, you fuck, you've done a Jean Couché and you've done a Peterson, where you're now questioning where the pubic hair came from Gregory Allen in a sex rape kit. I'm thinking to myself, you stooped that low, did you, Mr. Kratz? That's what they do. That's what they believe. They can never say that Stephen is truly innocent of the sexual assault, violent sexual assault on Penny Bernstein. They can't put it in their brain. So with that attitude, if Stephen gets exonerated and Brendan, they've got to leave the United States. They'll get targeted. They'll get shot. They'll get killed.
I'll go into hiding.
Yep.
Be protected somewhere. Yep. Doc, we've got. I'm sure I probably missed some, but I got 6 questions.
Okay.
Highlighted. That's not too many.
Let's go for it, guys.
All right. Let me get this on screen. From Ronica, have we finished the series of the Canine Noses? Yeah. Yes. Doc, you can talk about that if you want.
Yeah. We only had a couple of more slides, really, of that series, but I think all of us here on the panel have had enough of the Canine Noses. But all jokes aside, I probably learned more about this case when I studied Brutus and Loof and the tracks than I have, because what it did, it led to a couple of very interesting people. Bucket Man, which we never would have found if it wasn't for Duke and his brilliant observation, and also Sergeant Jason Jost.
Oh.
We never would have discovered Sergeant Jason Jost and where he was, what he did, and what he failed to do. And the phone calls, all the phone calls, right, Jack 61.
That's right. That's exactly right. And his hands-off approach to, even finding anything beyond about 8 feet south of the pit. He didn't want nothing to do with it.
Yep, I think that chapter there, and also the new witnesses emerged. I learned more about this case by going over those podcasts, and I've learned in about 4 years.
Yeah, it was. It took us
phenomenal.
Yeah, it took us to places we really hadn't explored too much before at all.
No, it was. Yep.
The only other thing about the Canines is being able to get one of these really good handlers on to talk, from as an expert professional and get their perspective. I would really love to see that. I know Duke would. I know you would, and probably everybody here, because they can really teach us how the process really works.
Correct, and we're talking with someone who's on X at the moment, who's answering a couple of our questions, and when it comes to canine control, you need an expert.
Yes.
I understand all the biochemistry behind how the odorants work, how the dogs work, but no one's going to be better than an actual canine handler and how dogs behave.
That's
And
what you got to have.
Yep, and hopefully we can get them on a podcast to answer some questions in a casual conversation. But yeah, you're not going to get anyone better than a canine dog handler. Yep.
There you go.
Awesome.
All right, next question from Danny. Let me get this on here. Let me get this one. Okay. From Danny Brewer fan. Does anyone know how Bobby broke his arm or wrist right before the trial? I noticed in the famous Fassbender and Bobby picture in the courthouse he has a cast on. I don't know.
No, I don't know either. But you're correct, Danny. That was not a good look. Remember the picture with Bobby Dassey standing outside in the courtroom
Hallway.
with Fassbender.
Yeah. No, it didn't look good. Okay. Next question is from Trav. Is there any higher authority that can override the court's decision to deny KZ testing the RAV, especially if they are paying? Testing will show for sure, one way or the other, SA or BD DNA is present. Well, the Supreme Court could, I guess, overrule, but the motion would have to be filed and all that if they would even hear it. Just remember, the Court of Appeals is not a fact-finding court. They'll make a decision on what's been placed to them, and it'll go back down to the circuit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the legal background. I'm not sure whether I don't recall noise. I don't know. I don't know, Trav. Great question. But you see, the interesting thing is that that's exactly what's happening in the West Memphis 3 trial, right? Where they're going to now do, I think, further forensic testing on the shoelaces, the laces that were tied, that we used to tie the young boys. I think they're going to do MVAC testing as well. And all the shenanigans that took place with that, no, we don't have the evidence, we've lost the evidence, to all of a sudden they found the evidence, then the judge saying, no, you can't do any further testing, and now they're going to allow further testing, right? And Trev, you're correct. If Stephen and Brendan are guilty, this is going to show them. If their DNA is present where they can't explain it, the case is finished.
Case is done. That's right.
Case is done.
Yeah. All right. Next question is from Anthony Hills. Get this one. Confirm Chuck goes to Cribbett's alone, as I thought Brendan left with Stephen. Yeah, we talked about that one.
Yeah. No, Chuck left with Brendan Dassey. They were together.
Yeah.
Stephen went with his mum. Correct.
Yeah. And this is an opinion question from Scooby. People can
welcome, Scoop.
Yep. So what does everyone think about Chuck?
How many hours have we got?
Well, I'm just going to go from what I know briefly. There's real problems there. He's got serious anger issues, or he did. I don't know about now. Does that mean he killed someone? I don't know that. I'm just saying, from what I've read of the police reports that we've got, and there are more that we didn't get. There's serious problems there.
Yeah,
the man does not know how to treat a lady. I'll just say that.
Correct. All the stones that have been thrown at Stephen, and deservedly, you can do the same with Chuck, and also with Earl.
Absolutely.
All three had severe problems, and some of the activity of Chuck involving women shocking.
And
Very.
also, he had a very good reason to get rid of Stephen.
Yes, he had a very powerful motive.
Yep. And then the last thing I'm going to put up is to welcome our newest member, Zania
Fantastic.
Zika.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And guess
Really
what, you
appreciate it.
guys? She's Croatian, and I'm half Croatian. See?
Well, there you
My
go.
peeps are everywhere.
Don't start
Yeah.
calling Croatian. Awesome. Well, look, guys, again, thank you so much for your participation, and hopefully you enjoyed today's podcast. As you can see, we just didn't read straight from the chapter. We deep dive. We added our bits and pieces, and we showed a lot of documents and stuff like that. Hope you really enjoyed the series. I'm probably going to take a week or two off from this deep diving exercise, and we'll have to work out where else we're going to go. I think we're pretty well up to date with the court's filing in terms of the information that we've talked about and discussed from John Ferak's book. John Ferak has got other chapters in his book, but a lot of them focus on the MTSO, a little bit on the Ricky Hochschlatter case. So as a suggestion, if you want, in your comments, write down a couple of areas that you would like to see more deep dive into. And if there's enough material there, or if there's another book that you're interested in particular, let us know, and we can definitely put a series of podcasts together if there's anything that you particularly fancy. What do you think there, guys? You think that's fair enough?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because I
absolutely.
think if you think about it, guys, we've been doing podcasts for close to 4 years. We've covered just about every aspect of the forensics and a whole lot of different aspects of the case. So if there's something that you're particularly interested in, let us know.
Andrew Scars did pop up a question here. Where are we at with KZ and Judge? Well, I mean, it's still
I
at the Court of Appeals.
Yeah, and the state's reply to Kathleen, or the state's, what's the word? Response to Kathleen's reply is due, I think, on the 15th, this coming week.
Yep.
So, isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And if you guys like us reading those responses, let us know, because I think the way we read the call and Kupfer response, and we added our extra little bits and pieces, I think that went really well. We got, I think, well over 100 comments on that YouTube presentation. So if you enjoyed doing that, the team, we can definitely put something together.
Yep.
All right, guys. I think that's it. If you've enjoyed our podcast, please consider subscribing. Put your DNA on the thumbs up button, and please share our podcast. That'll be awesome. And Jack 61, what have we got lined up for open mic?
Diving back into Queso, I think we're on November 7th, Channel 7. I think that's where we're at. So we're going right back into where we left off, which we finished Channel 6. And wherever we get to, we get to. We'll see how it goes. But you know, they've actually been going pretty quickly, because I just skipped through the irrelevant stuff and we just keep motoring on.
Yep.
So should be interesting.
Awesome.
That's
Thank you so much.
PM. Yep. 5 p.m.
Yes,
Central.
Yep.
Tomorrow afternoon.
Fantastic. I don't recall. How about yourself? How are you coming along?
I'm doing well. I'm not sure yet or when Amy's going to have another podcast on Ashley. She's pretty busy right now, but hopefully soon.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. And what about yourself, Susan? No more tornadoes?
Oh, gosh, I hope not. It's been hectic around here.
Yeah.
But we've been lucky so far. You know, a lot of people weren't. A lot of
Yeah.
damage
Yes.
has been done, just horrifying. But I have been really following the Karen Reed trial. Is anyone following that trial?
No, I haven't.
It's in
I haven't.
Massachusetts, and she is alleging that the cops, the law enforcement, have set her up for murder,
Oh
and
no.
it's very interesting. It's a very interesting trial. It just started, I think, this past week,
Oh God.
and it's supposed to go like, I think, 6 weeks and something like that.
Holy cow.
But yeah, her law enforcement boyfriend was found dead and on the lawn of the house where another cop lived, and he was supposed to be going into a party at that house, and she dropped him off there, and they're saying that she got pissed off at him, backed into him, and hit him and killed him. But the evidence, it's that you know, they don't find the evidence right away. It's like they go back and here's more and here's more, and
it's going to be another trial 4. It's going to be another trial 4.
It's very sus. Yeah. So it's been very interesting. So, and then of course, you know, the Delphi case has been, they were supposed to start trial on Monday, but it got pushed to October.
Right.
So that's another very interesting case. So anyway.
Yep. Okay. Thank you so much, Susan. I appreciate that. Yep. Awesome. Yeah. And finally, we have Neverly. What about yourself?
Dr. Silkman, I'm doing really good. Thank you very much. I'm still recovering from actually not recovering. I'm catching up from being gone for a while, and it's all good. It's all good. I feel bad for all the tornado affected people. Therefore, I'm not going to comment on my weather conditions over here, but I'm thinking about you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, so many trials are going on right now. It's like hard to catch up and keep up and watch a couple of trials simultaneously and work and do your own thing. But it's very, very interesting.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
How about yourself?
Yeah, good. I've been very, very busy, as you know. It takes a lot of time. And again, thank you so much, Neverly, for helping out, putting the podcast together. But because the Foul Play team has got access to so many documents, and everyone here on this panel and others that don't appear on the panel have got so much passion and knowledge, it's just been awesome putting all this information together. And we can definitely write a couple of books with all the stuff that we've presented. But again, guys, thank you so much. Your comments have been really, really helpful and very positive. The podcasts that we've been doing have been very, very popular. A lot of comments. Thank you so much for your commentary and also for your suggestions. And my final comment today is a happy Mother's Day to everyone. And I hope you have a lovely day to all the mothers out there, those that are here on earth and those that are there in heaven. We'll never forget you. Again, guys, thank you so much. And we'll catch you tomorrow. Thank you. Take care.
And thank you, Dr. Silkman.
Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. And this has been a Foul Play production.